Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another fabulous Tuesday.
Hey,
I don't
everybody.
really have a T for Tuesday. You have a good name for this?
Oh, thrilling.
You had Sky Tears Day Tuesday. It
Thrilling.
didn't quite have the right ring to it.
Thrilling Tuesday. I don't know. What is Flesh and Blood about, really? Not,
Fighting?
Fighting.
Stuff?
Terror.
Anyways, we're here. We're
Temptation.
back. I'm super excited because this is the conclusion of our
Titillating.
Set 1, Set 2 Blitz
Dramatic.
series of streams. We did, basically, we each did one deck per stream. We did 4 streams in a row. And we're down to the last 2 classes that we haven't covered, which is I'm doing Ninja and you're doing Brute.
I'm doing Brute,
I'm actually
yeah.
pretty excited about this.
I gotta tell you guys, so I think that I may have actually leveled up at Flesh and Blood, theoretically. I think
You ascended to the next plane of consciousness?
It hit me last night. So TCG Tuesday, spot on, Tom. So it hit me last night. I was wondering, I was thinking to myself, okay, Flesh and Blood. I know you can feel. Sometimes you come into a game system, you can feel that there's something beautiful humming under the surface that you're just ready to tap into. And I'm getting a well dug right now, so maybe that was on my mind. I was trying to drill down into the kind of the deeper realities of this game. Now, in doing so, basically, what came to mind was, okay, why is it that at the beginning of the game, I feel like I'm randomly pitching cards to defense. I don't really know what I'm trying to do. It's like, okay, I've got 4 cards in my hand, you attack me for 8. It's like, well, these 2 cards together can do like 4 damage, pay for it, play it.
Yep.
So if I get rid of the other 2, I can still attack you for 4, maybe get a card or 2 out of your hand, and then we can do that forever. But that doesn't seem very satisfying strategically. It's like, well, okay, there's a quick trade versus a quick trade at the end. But then what I started to understand was like, I'm doing random trades up front, and then by the end of the game, I kind of am forced into playing better because I'm having to choose the one card that I'm going to hold that can maybe do something that is greater than the sum of its parts to get through that in-game pitch all the cards for defense because we don't want to lose and we're all at 2 or 1 health. And I was like, well, it seems like I should be playing the game that way for the entire time instead of getting to the end and playing it differently, right?
That makes sense to me.
It makes sense, right?
Yep.
So then what started, crystallizing was the fact that every deck and the way that you're building it and the blues and the yellows and the reds that you're choosing is putting together a series of big combos or big moments that your deck is capable of doing. And the cards that you include in your deck is what's going to separate your big moment from the same build from somebody else, what their big moment might be. And so I would guess maybe your deck has 2 or 3 big moments that it's going for. A string of 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 cards that taken all together with your class ability, with your weapon ability, whatever it is, taken all together, those moving parts are able to generate a significant amount of damage that can get through whatever defenses your opponent has and is greater than the sum of all the numbers, on those cards. And so I started thinking about the fact that when I come into deck building and I actually am done with a deck, I need to at least know the 2 or 3 big moments that I can create with this pool of cards. And then I should really be pitching for defense the cards that aren't contributing to that combo so that, over the course of the game, I'm defending potentially for 9 or for 6 or for 20 because maybe I have a hand that's all cards that are not contributing to that big moment and they're just there for defense or for their secondary effects. And so I'll pitch all of those, then I'll get a fresh hand. Like I got 2 of the 3 cards that I'm looking for. So I can now pitch 2, go to the next turn, get 2 more cards. Now I've got maybe now the 3rd card of the 3-card combo. But maybe I want to hold on, and because Zach's playing a certain class, maybe this 4th card that I could find is really going to set this combo up. So now I hold these 3, I put one in my arsenal zone, I pitch the other ones, then I get some more. Now I've hit the 4-card combo, now I have a big offensive turn, put you on the back foot, and then I start building to that moment again.
So it seems like you really just zoomed out, right?
Yes.
Because I think it's really easy with these kind of games. It reminds me in that way, very limitedly in that way, of the Star Wars LCG, which is a game we threw back to a month or 2 back. And essentially, a lot of times when people start playing that game, you sit down and you can do a lot of stuff. And so a lot of times when you're first playing, it's like, this seems good. It seems like a good exchange. I guess I'll do it. But the way the flow of that game works, right, is similar here, which is like how much you're committing when it's your turn is also the inverse of how many cards you'll have left and how many resources and characters you'll have available on your opponent's turn. And so what happens in that game a lot of times is like it just becomes who's slapping harder faster, right? Because it's just like I play stuff and I attack with it, you play stuff, you attack with it, and there's not as much interactivity. That's one of the things that I think a lot of people miss. And the same here, where you get and you're looking at your hand and it's easy. A game like Marvel Champions is an example. I do this too, and it's where characters like Thor and Hulk actually make you zoom out, where it's like, well, I have to be able to do more than what I'm doing on a turn-by-turn basis. So like in this game, right, you could pretty much always pitch 1 or 2 cards for defense, so 3 to 6 on average defense, and then play the other stuff to probably do 4 to 6 damage that your opponent could then block with 3 to 6.
Yeah, you guys could do that forever.
And that it's
play
exactly
poorly,
right.
basically.
Literally,
That's
it's
the
like,
idea.
and if you, that's why we always talk. Initially, we were talking about doing 4 and 5 damage being super important, because if a normal card, an average card blocks for 3, and I hit for 4, that's going to cost you 2 cards to fully block.
Yeah.
And if you don't fully block it, that means you're taking some damage, which means I'm advancing towards my win condition. But if we go back and forth doing 4 or 5, we could technically both block all that completely, and then probably respond with a 4 or 5 right back, and back and back and back and back. And I think we were talking a little bit before the stream started. I feel like I had a little bit of an advantage in kind of seeing that more, because 2 of the first decks I was looking at were Bravo, who naturally his whole strategy is giant moves.
I think you have to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't do that. His cost curve is such that like you can't just swing every turn. You might, if you draw right. I think I had one game where it was just like I have an 8 damage attack and a 3 resource to pay for it. Swing, 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 swing. But ultimately, like he wants to set up the big 10, 11, 12, 15 damage dominate attack that you can't do anything about.
We call that synergy.
Yeah, and then
the corporate world.
The next character I was really excited about was Kano, who's the fire wizard.
Now Kano's weird for this,
but he also doesn't. He can't just do his like one little thing each turn, right?
if you're just using that instant ability and casting the occasional 3 to 4 damage spell, you're not going to win.
He has to do something
You've
more.
got to do something impressive.
I literally think I had particularly the 2 characters that almost require, from the way they're built, you to basically like set up a bigger play.
Yeah, and it makes me think about, so Azalea, so much of Azalea to me was just trying to figure out how to shoot those arrows effectively, not like how to do it really well, like not how to make those arrows sing, as it were, but just like operating the deck and like, okay, so now I need to put this in my arsenal and then this one can fire this, but it's still only 4 to 6 damage shots that are happening, right? So then you look at the dominate ability and it's like, okay, I'm starting to understand this. Same with like, I think that's why the classes and the weapons are so important to this game, and the equipment. Like your choices across all 3 of those determine in this card pool, what are the combo pieces that are going to work best for your particular class? So you have class cards, of course, but then you have those generic cards that, well, maybe I can sprinkle in this version of Azalea or this other version of Azalea. And as we get more weapons and more characters in those classes, assuming that is happening, then we're going to see the way that different classes and different characters can do similar things but run different lines that make them more diverse, I would say, than just if we had this whole card pool and blank slates, we'd probably pretty quickly find the best combination of cards to do.
Sure. I think that's one of the things I'm most excited about in this game. So we're about to get the 3rd set, which is Welcome to Wraith, and it actually...
Crucible of War.
Crucible of War. Welcome to Wraith, the first set.
That's right.
Yeah. WTR,
Welcome to
COW, cow. Anyways, the 3rd set actually features cards for all 8 of the classes, and as far as I know, I love, again, from the top to the bottom, Legend Story Studios, I think, is knocking this out of the park, which is the way that they reveal cards for a new set, right? The last collectible or trading card game that I played was Destiny, and a lot of times, like, you pretty much knew the lay of the land for a while. Like, spoilers would start hitting really early, and then you'd have a lot of the content out. But this is like almost
great, isn't
nothing is known. They've been doing the tweets where they're just like, here's a little tidbit. But as far as I know, don't quote me on this. It's a set that contains all 8 classes. We're going to get new weapons. We're going to get new armor pieces.
It seems like it's constructed, it's like, let's buff in these.
And that's where like one of the coolest things about this game is that you pick a character, which is cool. That's already cool.
That's my favorite thing about Netrunner.
Yeah, and then
That's not true.
You get to pick your weapon, and you get to pick your armor, and then you get to pick all the cards in your deck. And so like,
Did you play Bushido Blade? Did you ever play Bushido Blade? Oh my God, we're going to have to play it.
I don't think so.
Continue, I'm sorry.
Anyways, all that said, it's like, I love the idea that you could be playing Rhinar, And it's like, we could both be at a tournament playing Reinhardt, but it's like
Totally
different.
Yeah.
And it's just a totally different vibe. Because the heroes only do so much, right? And most of these heroes have similar health and
It's
intellect.
one ability.
It's very
It's
little.
just one ability, right? And then the weapon's one ability usually. So I'm excited to explore that. Now, starting next week, we should be having some previews for you guys. So be sure to join us next week. We'll start looking at Crucible. And if you're not on the subscription train yet, well, let's pull up we've got the Scar for Scar promo. That is a full art rainbow foil promo. This is the only way to get it is through our subscription service. We do ship worldwide if that's of interest to you. And if you add 2 boxes, that's kind of what we're saying is 2 booster boxes is probably normal for most folks. And then if you go up to 3, we'll ship them all for free, and you'll get obviously the full play set of Scar for a Scar. So for every box you get through us, you get 1 Scar for a Scar promo to go with that. So really, if you're dedicated to the game, probably a 3-box subscription is just perfect. You get a full play set of this card, Scar for a Scar, and then you also get 3 booster boxes, which, especially for Crucible of War, seems like that's going to be kind of the perfect spot. If you just want to get one box, you get 1 promo. You pay a little shipping on that, and that's not a problem. And then 2 is kind of right in the middle. So figure out what's best, and you can also get 6, 20, 18.
A million. It's also worth noting
I've made all
that
sorts of weird statements about driving to your house if you do certain things. I'm not going to say that in case any of you actually do that.
I'm waiting for someone to drop in the like $300 subscription, and then it's just like, we have no choice.
I would hand deliver a $300 subscription.
Yeah.
I'll say it right now.
Here first.
$300 subscription, I'll hand deliver that
absolutely.
thing.
I would join you.
Okay.
We'd make that happen. It doesn't even matter where it's at in the world either. We'd make that happen. But no,
I don't know about that.
the thing worth mentioning, no, we'd make it happen. The thing worth mentioning is that we're going to process for the subscriptions later this week. So if you want that Scar for a Scar promo, now is pretty much the time. We're gonna get to the point. We're gonna charge. Once we charge, you can't get a subscription through us, and that's the only way currently that you can guarantee you're getting that Scar for a Scar. So if you want it, I think now is definitely the time. Also worth mentioning. I believe it was yesterday we added Flesh and Blood singles to our website.
We did, yeah,
I'm
we did.
I'm going to link that in the chat.
Yeah,
as
check
well.
out the singles. So we started with, obviously, because supply is a little low right now. It's very low on the existing sets. So we didn't bust open too much to launch the singles offering, but we do have that going. You can check out it's easy to miss, which is my fault. We should probably do something about this. But the filter by tag,
I was going to say the same thing.
It's something that nobody seems to utilize. We actually did some heat mapping on it a while ago, back when it was a thing, before we removed all the privacy invasive things from our website. It was very informative back when we were spying on all of you. But we did some heat mapping, and the filter by tag, nobody really clicked on that or understood how it worked. So if you expand it, you can filter by class, by rarity, by set,
it's
everything.
super nice.
So it should be the best sortable database of singles, and you can add them right from the browse page, so you don't have to go into each one, click add to cart, go back, into each one, click add to cart, go back. You can just do it all from the store category.
Yeah, I may have already picked up my first order.
Did you?
Don't worry
What'd you
about
get?
Well,
You're our best customer.
I really am. So I wanted to test out the filters, and so I went in there and was making sure it was working. I clicked on Guardian,
right?
Because I can filter for Bravo. And then I remembered that we didn't get any copies of Crippling Crush, which is one of his specific big attacks. Look at this thing, 7 cost, but it does 11 damage. And then if it deals 4 or more damage, they discard 2 random cards.
Unbelievable.
And then
you can't do it. Yeah,
I clicked on Wizard. I only got 1 though. 1, I didn't want to take them all, but also 2, I didn't want our decks to be unfair. I'm not even going to use them in our decks yet, but like if we can't get any,
you went down this road with Warhammer Champions. I've seen this a million times. We're just going to keep it nice and limited, and then all of a sudden people are off buying.
Hey, there was more I wanted. They have those sick Wizard boots. We have the sick Wizard boots. I'm just like an actual
Covenant guys got these boots, man.
And I was like, man, that's really tempting, but I'm not going to do it.
What are they called? They're not the Mage Masters. I think we're pulling the Mage Masters up, but they're called the Walkers, Cold Walkers.
Watch this. Look how fast I can get to them. Okay. Hey, you know what? You can just show my screen if you want to send the filters.
Let's go. Are you plugged in to HDMI?
They're the Storm Striders.
You're not plugged in.
I'm not plugged in.
Plug yourself in. Can you get plugged in? Can you get it in there?
Take a look.
Let's go take a tour. We'll show you how easy this is, the filtering process.
But so the thing is, we have a limited number. We're not done opening our boxes yet, and we have a limited number. And so I never want to buy boxes to take those away from anybody. And I also...
All right, we're going in.
I also don't want to buy anything until we open all our packs because I don't want to buy something we get.
Right, of course.
But at the same time, I have none of these two cards. Sonic Boom is the other one from Kano.
Show the folks how easy it is, would you?
All right, yeah. So there's this little filter by tag here, and there's even a show more button. I've never even seen that because there's so many tags.
Yeah, a lot of tags there.
You know, if you want to filter by legendary, bam, there they are. See, look at these boots though.
The Storm Striders. Woo, that's looking good. Give me and these are all must be true results. So if you click on 2 tags, it has to be true for both of them to show those cards.
So like if I do foil equipment,
it's going to be all foil equipment only, not both foil and equipment. So it should do that, and then check out. Show me all the Brute cards. I'm about to play Brute, and I ordered them by essentially rarity, and then that was their menu order. So you'll notice that the Majestics and the Rares and the Super Rares are at the top of the list across both sets.
See, we also got the Scabskin Leathers.
The Scabskins,
which are great. Once per turn. Oh, I remember this. Once per turn,
you roll the die, right?
You roll a d6 and gain action points equal to half that number rounded down.
Here's the other thing, though, that I didn't realize. Someone was talking about Brute. Most of their gear has an extra armor on it. So you notice those Scabskins are 2 armor. So they actually come into the game with more total health than other classes.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you go. So you can find all your singles that way and get her done.
Very cool.
Let's zoom back out, shall we? Okay. Boom. Here we are. We're back. Okay, so that's how that works. So we got the singles going. We've got some previews coming up next week and week after, it looks like. Subscriptions are going to be processing here imminently this week. So if you want to get in on a sub for Crucible of War, get those Scar for a Scar promos, get some free shipping on 3 or more boxes, support what we're doing here on the channel, and just
and we appreciate it.
Be good to people.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The support we've had for this game already,
Sign
the excitement. I'm super pumped about this game, and the community's been great so far. So we really appreciate it.
All right, what are we diving into today, man?
All right, you want to zoom me down?
Have we marketed enough? Does everyone feel sufficiently marketed to now?
We can do it again. You want to repeat? Subscriptions, singles.
You can find all of that on teamcovenant.com.
That's right. Brought to you by. Oh wait, do you have our sponsor?
Oh yeah, we better get in there before we get any further. Nalgene water bottles, the taste you can crave. Also holds approximately 14 milliliters. That's 48 ounces. So if you need to,
pure sponsored water.
You can track your water intake. I would suggest drinking at least 64 ounces a day. Doctor may tell you different.
ZS says, please upsell me. We'll do it. And then Dave actually got the right of this. We forgot to say this. Smash that like button.
Yeah, would you please smash
hit the bell, hit the button
bell,
over there.
Smash the bell. It's right down.
Just kidding. We're being very coy for people that this is the first time you've ever watched anything we've done.
Yeah, if you haven't realized that we're not in it for the ad revenue by now, then you're sorely mistaken. We don't even monetize. What the heck?
Okay, so here's what's happening.
We monetize with Flesh and Blood sales, hopefully.
We actually sorted our cards before we started here. At least I did.
Smart. Yeah.
Did you sort yours?
I don't have them in the red, blue, yellow, but I have them in the
name. That's fine. I mean, that'll figure it out. So I'm obviously playing Ninja. You're playing Brute. Let's run down Rhinar first. I have made a decision here. It's an important decision.
Quimbley said I gently smashed the like button. Kyle Hulk smashed the like button.
Gently smash it. By the way, I'm cracking that Hulk code. I spent a couple hours last night looking at it. Anyways, that's a different story. Back to this. I could play Katsu because he's the ninja that comes in the core game.
No, you shouldn't do that. I have a better idea.
But instead, I've decided to play Ira Crimson Haze. One, because thematically and as a character, she looks way like. To me personally, I'm way more excited about her. I didn't realize till today because I finally got a copy of the Ira deck. So
yeah, the welcome
we have
deck.
Free Ira welcome decks on the site. You can add 2. It just got shipping. We may be out of stock right now. We are just signed up for the wait list. We'll have more soon. But I actually opened one, and I was surprised about a couple things. So if you're going to get one, you're going to get this in the back of it, which I thought was really smart of them. It's this little book that shows like how the table's laid out, but then it's literally like a 1-page simplified rules.
Nice.
Which is just very thoughtful.
Explain how chains look. Let me see that thing. Because you kind of need it. Ira really forces you to care about chains, you know? Which is nice.
Luke says, Crippling crushed that like button. Nailed it. Yeah, she will make you care about chains.
Okay.
So she's probably a good example. But you also get Ira Crimson Haze, who I'm excited about. Her ability is your second attack each turn gets +1. So that's cool. But what I didn't know, some surprises, and then after I talk about these, we're going to flip over to Rhinar because I want to consider him first. is that she has her own weapon, which is a ninja weapon, which means that Katsu and her could potentially rotate. It's a two-handed sword. It's called Edge of Autumn. And it's
That's about the coolest thing.
It's just a 1 damage attack that gets go again. So Katsu's harmonized Kodachis are a 1-cost attack, and if you have something that costs 0 in your pitch, it gains go again.
Okay.
So he needs to have the 0-cost cards in his deck in order to get go again. She just hits you with 1, and then the next thing she's doing is +1.
Ooh, I like that a lot.
Out of the get-go. I also love...
Ooh, yeah, this is great. This is fundies, man.
The name of the sword is Edge of Autumn, which is amazing, and it's a 2-handed sword, which is like...
Yeah, that's the coolest ninja. You just got the katana, man.
Super
You're just
cool.
rolling with
Yeah.
the katana.
So,
now, it's also cool because if you have the Ira demo deck, if you bought that from us for $0, I don't know if that's considered buying. If you got the deck from us, then this is a way that you can take that demo deck, grab some more cards, grab a box or something, and upgrade that deck.
Because I think we're about 2 boxes in. And so if you end up with a couple boxes of that first set, Welcome to Wraith, this is what you'd be looking at. Because I think I pretty much have all of the cards minus the like Majestics, and I have most of those even actually. But so we'll get into that, and I think that'll be fun. If you did get that Ira deck and you did get some booster boxes and you're looking to like have someone walk along and like tell you what they're thinking. That said, I'm not that good at the game yet. Hopefully I will be someday.
No, say
but,
it ain't so.
You know, we're all learning this together.
And the other thing, some people are asking, it's correct. You can use the Kodachis with Ira, or you can use the Edge of Autumn with Katsu. You can switch and switch. All you need to have is the same class, and they're the same class. So, weapon on. So let's talk about Reinhardt here.
What's he do? What's his vibe?
I'm excited to find out, actually, because I really don't know that much. So Reinhardt says, when you discard a card with 6 or more attack during your action phase, Intimidate. So the moment that happens, you take a card, you banish it face down, it comes back in at the end of your turn.
So if you discard a card from your hand that costs 6 or more.
Yes. Now, I can't do that randomly, so I presume there are brute cards that are going to do it.
All right.
Then we got the Romping Club. Once per turn, I can take a 2-resource attack. It's a 4 damage attack, so that's pretty cool right out of the box. And then again, when you discard a card with 6 or more attack, it gains +1 until end of turn. So if I discard a card of 6 or more, +1 till end of turn and Intimidate. So that seems like what I'm supposed to be doing. Now, if we look at cards like, let's pull up Red Wrecker Romp, because I love alliteration. It's the oldest form of poetry. Even before Beowulf, they were alliterating. That's a deep
cut, man.
Jonathan's on pops. He's probably laughing right now.
Yep.
Or he's ashamed.
Him and that one other person.
So Wrecker Romp, 2 cost. As an additional cost, discard a random card. So if I pay 2 for Wrecker Romp, all of a sudden Intimidate happens, and then the club is going to get +1 for the remainder of the turn. Now I'd have to go again on this to then use the club afterwards.
And it's not a card that has 6 or more costs. It's a card that does 6 or more damage.
6 or more in the old yellow spear.
The old yellow spear.
Yeah. Now I can't wait. If we get into pole arms, somebody's going to have a pole arm. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying about pole arms? You look at me like you're very confused. You clearly didn't have the player's handbook from D&D 2nd edition.
You remember that game that I wasn't allowed to play growing up?
Like the Barditch kind of stuff, just
what do you mean
spears,
pole arm?
long spears. It's just any weapon that's on a pole, basically.
Okay, sure.
Like on a halberd, you know.
I'm familiar with those kind of
long
weapons.
kind of thing. But they all had very fancy, weird, different heads for various reasons. Some were like knocking off riders. Some of them were for swinging. Some of them for stabbing, you know. And some of them were just decorative, probably. But I absolutely love pole arms. And so my hope is that we will get a hero or a class that utilizes them. And going back to Bushido Blade, I loved playing. There was a really long weapon. I loved playing with that weapon. The way that game worked, you chose a champion. You chose a weapon, so they could all use the different weapons. They had different speed
That's the game we were talking about earlier.
Strength and whatnot. And then the whole game, it was a fighting game, but basically whoever got the first hit in won. You were just dead. So you would just dance around for a long time and duck and like do blocks and stuff, and then it's just like, ha! And then you'd feel so awesome whenever you finally got that shot.
Interesting.
All right, other things that cause you to discard random cards.
DA saying, what about a trident?
Oh my gosh, I would die for a trident.
Some
give me a water trident creature. Yeah, it's over. Game over. Primeval Bellow. Let's look at red Primeval Bellow. That's another one. This is just an action. This is probably going to be a critical part of the strategy. It's going to be 0 cost, discard a random card, and then my next attack is +5. So if you simply just bellow into Romping Club, let's say you hit your 6, Intimidate happens, Romping Club's attacking for 5 +5, so that's a 10 damage attack with 1 card out of your hand, and I've only played 1 card at that point.
Yeah, but you play that and you have to discard a card.
And then I've got to discard, and then I've got to pitch to hit the Romping Club.
Yeah.
So that's a 3-card turn, but you know how it goes. I think it's going to be a simple deck here.
So the lore on Rhinar, by the way, I was not exactly super excited about Rhinar until I read the lore, which is what lore books are all about.
That is the point.
But it was really cool because like he's basically like it's like a survival of the fittest situation. It almost reminds me of like a Beauty and the Beast, like misunderstood. But he's just like this like out in the forest, left alone, and like has to survive, and kind of becomes like king of the jungle almost.
So it's more sad than it is aggressive.
You could at least understand his aggression.
Okay.
Yeah, because he had to survive. That's where he's at. Anyways, it was a very, very cool story.
Speaking of sad, let's look at Awakening Bellow Red. Next brute attack action card you play.
I was spit.
Next action card is +3. So if you play an attack action like Wreck or Romp, it gets +3, and Intimidate happens immediately, and you get to go again.
Intimidate's the real thing there.
I love Intimidate. I loved it in the Greyjoy Game of Thrones.
Yeah, because Intimidate's where I have to banish a card from my hand, right?
Yes, Intimidate in Game of Thrones was so good.
Yeah, where you sat him down.
You remember those big raiders that had Intimidate, and it was unbelievable?
Didn't they also have one of those like can't do this things? Was that their like King Robert's hosts? Or like
they didn't.
The cards that were like big armies that
no.
do something ridiculous.
No dumb cards. I didn't run those things. They were expensive, and they were fairly strong. But the key was they had Intimidate, and they were an army, so you could bring them in with that army plot, and then they just wrecked. And you get those 2 claim plots going. It's like I can't block this.
Yeah.
They're intimidating.
And then you have the stuff that makes your claim go up even higher.
That's what I did. Let's look at Savage Feast. Additional cost: discard a random card. So I'm just going to put the discardy cards in a pile here. And again, if a card is 6 or more attack, draw a card. So now we've got an option where I can actually get that Intimidate bonus, but I refill that 1 card out of my hand. So that's actually worthwhile for me. Yeah, it makes sense, right?
That's a really good attack.
Then how about Red Breakneck Battery? Again, discard a random card. So random card, random card, random card. They're all random cards so far. If the discard card is 6 or more, this attack gains go again. So this would Breakneck Battery out of hand. If it hits, then you can immediately use the Romping Club at +1, and you get your Intimidate. So all good there. And then a Savage Swing Red. Let's take a look at that. Additional cost to play it. Discard a random card. Pretty standard attack. So this is going to be my basic attack. So he's just got a lot of these attacks that are doing very similar things.
Yeah, I feel like obviously these are all the reds, so they're going to get weaker as you scale up for resource purposes, and he's going to need resources.
He's going to need the money.
But the recognition, I feel like, too, is part of his cost is he's discarding so many cards.
Yeah.
So when you're playing against Rhinar, it's almost like if you can outlast him, like if you can like defend with less cards than he's attacking with.
And even if you can just mill him out at a certain point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like eventually he doesn't have cards to discard anymore.
And I'm also wondering if, do you run like Plunder Run? Like, let's look at Plunder. A red Plunder Run is a fine card. It's like, do you want to run things that refill your hand? I'd have to look at it. Does Plunder Run have go again? It's on the screen right now. I don't remember. I think it does. It looks. I think I see some bold there on the bottom. Okay, let's see. What do you guys? Are you guys trying to get me to sell playmats? Playmat. So what you're saying is we need to sell these playmats? Yep. Talking about Ashes too. In case anybody's wondering, Ashes, it's happening. We did it. It was exciting. We'll be here tomorrow playing some Ashes. But enough about that. Let's look at Barraging Beatdown. I feel like this is a very common card that I see out of Brute. I think you played it once against me, and I hated this card. Next Brute attack gains. If this attack is defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards, it gains +4. That's strong. And it has go again, and it intimidates. Oh my.
Did you mention playmats, or is chat just on about something?
Oh my! No, they mentioned playmats, then I mentioned playmats, and now we're probably mentioning playmats.
They really want us to get a playmat for Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, everybody's saying they're going to buy them. This is the easiest marketing of all. You guys tell us what you'll buy, and then we'll do it. Smash Instinct Red, 3 cost, 7 damage attack, Intimidate.
Okay.
That's
By the way,
interesting.
I really like Barraging Beatdown. For what
Yeah,
it's worth.
I mean that's an incredible card. That might be all 3 colors. All right, so then let's look at some of the Brute specific cards. I've got 2 of the super rare instant yellow Bonehead Barrier.
Super rare.
Super rare, man.
Super rare.
Roll a 6-sided die. Prevent the next X damage you would be dealt to your hero this turn. X is the number rolled.
And it's an instant.
Could be 6.
How much does that cost?
1.
So I'm like swinging for 6, and you're like, instant, we'll see what happens.
Now, you got to think about it. You're pitching 2 cards probably all the time, most of the time, to take a crack at preventing 6 damage because it costs 1, right? So if you have 2 cards with 3 defense already, you may as well just pitch those. But when we're talking about like Wizard, when we're talking about arcane damage also can be blocked by this. I think it's got play.
Well, it's also
give it a shot.
you can hit that as a reaction.
Like
So,
after attack reactions too. You
like
can
if I
do it.
attack
Yeah.
react up,
Yeah.
then it's like gonna lose you the game. So that's an interesting card. I'm a little surprised it's not like canceling half the damage and then it costs 0.
Yeah.
That would be immediately playable for me.
Yeah.
Like a free. But then the max would be a 3, so you may as well have a 3 block. But at the same time, again, a card that you don't have to commit until it's time to do it there's value there.
It's an interesting card just thinking about the math on it. Let's look also at, also I wanted to point out Lone Rapture here. I don't know who you're reading, but it said I went to a museum last year. They had some pole arms on display. I shouted out and pointed, hey, is that a Bargeach in a Ren sewer? My wife called me a nerd and tried to act like she didn't know me. Thanks, D&D 2nd Edition Player's Handbook.
That's fantastic.
You wouldn't believe the art. It was just like this beautiful graph, and it had all the weapons, and then all the polearms were lined up, and they all had the different attachments, and it was just like, this is great. What is my character going to wield?
I'm just, I would love to see a beautiful graph. I bet it's there.
It's not even a graph.
It's not. It's just a
It's like
display
it's
of
just a
the
beautiful.
things.
It's like literally you open this giant weapons cabinet, and here's everything you could possibly realize.
That's what I need to bring it back. But the Flesh and Blood lore book, it has it's like here's the sketches of all the creatures, and like here's the different. It's like this, even the weapons where it's like here's 8 different swords that we were looking at.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love
that's
that
what I'm
stuff. I love that stuff forever.
I was laughing because someone on chat recommended that there's a me as Bravo playmat, and a lot of people really liked it. So I was just laughing at that
That
commentary.
would actually be very funny. we couldn't sell it, but we could give it away.
I just need one for the streams because it would be so Bravo. It's so in
Just
Bravo
like
character.
your face badly transposed.
Oh yeah,
over.
definitely.
We also got. Let's look at Yellow Blood Rush Bellow. This is a majestic that we pulled for Rhinar here. Additional cost: discard a random card. Brute attacks gain +2 this turn, and if the discarded card has 6 or more, draw 2 cards and it gains go again. So this is the one. This is your big moment here.
That's a good card. Is
I've
that
got one of
majestic?
them. Yep.
Yeah.
And then Sand Sketched Plan Blue. I love this card. I love the art on this card. I love everything that's
from
happening
over
on
here,
this card.
from downtown. It looks
Here,
good.
We'll put it right front and center there. It's a specialization. Search your deck for a card, put it in your hand, discard a random card, shuffle your deck so you can hit your random card, discard. And if you hit the 6 or more, gain 2 action points.
Wow.
I'm beginning to think I need to open more packs.
And this is foil too. That's a foil super rare. One, this art's great.
Don't they only ever come in foil?
Not super rares.
Mmm.
Yeah, I got supers somewhere here. Like these are supers. These are supers. But
Legendaries only come in super rare and fabled. Foil.
yeah, that's super
Right?
good.
Legendaries and fabled only come in
L's and F's.
L's and F's.
L's and F's.
FLs.
Yeah, that's a really good card.
Okay.
So what's your, now we haven't even considered neutrals, we don't need to go there yet. But what's your, I assume your game plan is big attacks and lots of stuff that discards cards from your hand to make your stuff better?
Well, you've got, you can't, you can't risk not hitting the 6 or higher, right?
I mean, that's true, except for like Savage Feast as an example, and Breakneck Battery start at 6, so they have to be the red versions.
Mm-hmm.
But you have plenty here, because like I assume this Wrecker Romp blue is a 6, yeah. So like, and you only need 40 cards in a Blitz deck, so you're going to get there pretty
We'll get there quick. But then you've also, I mean, if you're running, well, no, because you're going to lead the turn with Awakening or Primeval Bellow or Barraging Beatdown, so those won't be in your hand when you discard that random card.
You just have to be careful not to have too many of those, because then they will be.
And that's where Bonehead Barrier is a big question mark, because like it's going to sit there. Well, you probably pitch with that though.
It's 2 resources.
Huh. So really, it's play an action card, play an attack that discards a card from your hand, pitch resources to pay for it. That's a 4-card hand.
But you need 2 attacks in your hand.
Yes.
Because if one, you can't have your attack discarded. Now, technically, you can always attack with your.
You can always go to the club. Yeah.
As long as the thing that's being boosted is a brute attack, not a brute attack action card.
That's right.
Be careful on the wording of that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the math on like what's left in your hand is the whole game with him.
So Barraging Beatdown is your next brute attack, so that counts with the club. Primeval Bellow, your next brute attack, counts with the club. And Awakening Bellow is only attack action card.
So that's the weakest one.
But it also has Intimidate.
Which is why it has that clarification.
I understand, designers, I get it.
The other thing,
I get it, I understand.
The other thing worth thinking about is basically like, I think it's going to be super important what he puts in his arsenal. Because like if you put your big attack in the arsenal, it doesn't matter what's discarded, because you know you can hit it.
What?
Like if you take a downturn to load your arsenal with your big attack.
Like Wrecker Romp, for instance.
Whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
That way when you're discarding a random card, you know you have that attack option available to you. Even if you don't need to use it. It's just like, that has to always be there.
In case you... Now, some of these attacks get better as you... Like, you know, Savage Feast, if the discarded card is 6 or more, draw a card. So, you know, that's one that might hit or might not hit, depending on what you discard.
You probably want to make sure you can play out the cards that wouldn't trigger those effects.
Right.
And then you trigger the thing. But my big thing was like, if you have hands where you only have 1 attack in them, a random discard is very bad.
No, you wouldn't do it, yeah.
But that's why like how you manage your arsenal is going to be just like super critical.
Got to manage that arsenal, man. And then, you know, you've got to think about defense too here. Now, I'm excited to see that all of his cards are 3 defense. All of his class cards,
Literally.
except for the instant. All 3. So that helps me on the math front.
And do you have your special armor piece anywhere?
Do I have special armor?
Every class has one like
in the scab skin leathers? Oh no, it's the common ones. Okay. No, I haven't seen it. Show me the money.
Let me find it. These are all sorted. Look at that. All right, you get the Bark Bone Strapping. Instant, destroy it, roll a d6. Gain health or resources equal to the number rolled, rounded down.
So 1 at the max, or 1 at the minimum. If you roll a 1, half of 1 is 0.5, rounded down is 0.
But it's 5 out of 6 times you'll at least get a resource. And some of the time you'll get, you'll get 3 resources.
And it defends for 1. Okay, fair enough. And then you've got the big things that I could buy right now off of our website.
That's right.
With scab skins.
I'm
not gonna. I want to. Joe Terry, shout out, awesome. There's a very interesting interview with the devs that was posted yesterday talking about Crucible and their next set a little bit. Worth a read for sure. That's great, Joe. Yeah, if you have a link to that, is it on the...
It's got to be on the website.
Is it on the website? Probably, yeah. Great question here from Twitch. Major Green, am I the guy from... you said Hot Takes, but it's actually Hot Ones, the chicken wing show.
Yeah, he is.
I am. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hot Ones, the show with hotter questions and even hotter wings. I'm your host, Sean, what have yous.
Obviously not.
And today, I'm interviewing the world famous for their subscription service, which all of you out there, you millions of viewers following me know.
Millions upon millions.
Covenant. We got Zach Bunn in the house. Hello, welcome.
Hello there.
Now I'm going to interview you and pull up Instagram photos that you're going to have to explain.
Well, luckily, I don't post very many photos there. You can build your armor however you want, but those are things that I assume you'll be doing. It's just worth seeing your armor to know what you're doing with the rest of your deck? Because again, you were talking earlier about setting up your big turns. So what does that look like for you?
That is a good question. Now, all of these are very similar, so I want to kind of feel out what's going to make them different. So first, I'm going to order them by like attack value. I know some people watching here are good at Flesh and Blood. Also.
This is inevitably true.
And I would like for you guys that are good
Help!
to help us. Give it a shot. Okay, so the most one-dimensional way to play Rhinar is include all 6 attack and up class cards and basically see what you're left with. I think that's a fair thing. Now, you also got to pay the cost. So I'm looking at a 2 and a 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 2 and a 1. So my average cost is around 2, it's around 2, little under 2. 3 2s, 2 1s, 1 3. So it's like a 1.8, 1.75, or however the math works on that. Primeval Bellow and Barraging Beatdown are my lead cards, and so they're gonna come into play kind of right off the top for 0. Awakening Bellow for 1, getting that extra Intimidate. So my best, I'm going to tell you what I think my best moment is going to be.
Go on.
I'll tell you. Here's what I'll say. Smash Instinct, Awakening Bellow into a Smash Instinct. That's my double Intimidate. Plus, if I hit, that doesn't discard a card. See, now we're getting somewhere. So, how about this? This is really where it would get absolutely sick. So we would have 3 Intimidates, assuming that this discard hit well.
So let's say this was down in your arsenal.
Yeah.
These are in your hand. And then you have 2 blues.
You need
4 resources at least.
I'm going to need 4 resources. So let's say...
You actually need 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So that one of them is a 6+ for some reason.
For some reason. Now we also got Barraging Beatdown.
Yeah, you actually don't even need a 6. It doesn't matter if you discard with this.
Well,
you're talking for your Rhinar.
Hitting Rhinar's ability on the
Is
Intimidate.
that also Intimidate?
Yes.
So this is Intimidate, Intimidate, Intimidate?
That's right.
They have 1 card?
That's right. That's kind of what you're looking to step up here. Now, Barraging Beatdown also filling a similar role. And in fact, I think Barraging Beatdown 100% over Awakening Bellow. That gets me down to a 3-cost card. And so then all I need is basically 2 blue attacks at that point.
Yeah, so any blues that can be a 6 are definitely 2-ups for me.
Boom. Wrecker Romp is in there. And then I think that's the only one that can go blue 6.
This can go yellow 6.
So this is like the masterful hand that I would be looking for.
Now let me just take a peek. See if
Take
we
a peek.
if we got any neutral blues. This is... Ugh. Now we sorted these last week. We'll see what is happening.
You could also do that, Nick, or Ryan. Now that makes sense. So if the developers were thinking that direction, so you could do like Barraging Beatdown. Instead of Smash Instinct, you play something that has that discard effect, like a Savage Feast for 6, or a Breakneck Battery for 6. The only thing is you missed that last Intimidate. Now you could hit 2 Barraging Beatdowns. So 2 Barraging Beatdowns plus, let's say I don't think you need the card draw. A Breakneck Battery. Now this is interesting also. So you could also do Breakneck Battery. You swap out Primeval Bellow for your Barraging Beatdown. You get a second one of those. And now these could be yellows too, and I think these could be blues, because what you really want is that Intimidate.
Yeah,
whether it's +4 or +2, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So all 6 of those. How about that?
I think so. So barraging, then play Breakneck, and any of these being yellow would hit.
I do
Discard the
remember
card.
seeing I watched one game of Flesh and Blood Online that wasn't like a tutorial. And it was literally, I think they were talking about it in chat.
At the
where,
very
like,
end,
at the very end, it's
chained
like,
out a big one. Yeah.
it was 4 intimidates to clear the opponent's hand.
Yeah.
And then he had a 14 damage attack.
Yep.
That the opponent couldn't do anything about.
Isn't that beautiful? Welcome to Intimidate, right? Okay, so I think you're right. I think what we've discovered is that you really run all of the barraging beatdowns that you can. So I'm going to pull in the yellows.
I think
and
that's
the blues.
absolutely right. See, once you start zooming out, you start seeing what you need to do with your deck.
I'm so in. I'm so in. Then
I think you're all about that Wrecker Romp.
I think the Wrecker Romp's got to be what, blue, yellow, red, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's all of them because they all hit and you're just upping your resource curve.
Okay, Wrecker Romps.
So you're at 12 without even trying.
Mm-hmm. I think you go
Now,
red.
here's another thing I want to ask before we get too far.
Yeah.
I want to ask chat, especially if there's anyone out there who knows what they're doing. Are there any really good neutrals that fit into the strategy and with Rhinar particularly?
Mm-hmm.
Because that
question.
could be a game changer we're not even thinking about. And this is a fat stack of cards that we have to go through. Look at this.
It is a fat stack of cards. Yep. Now, here's something fascinating, right?
Just gonna start looking.
So let's look at Savage Feast, red, for instance. So this is a 1-cost card that draws you a card. So if you did something like, let's go here. Now you can get somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. So here's another line. Let's go Barraging Beatdown, however many you want. As many as you can play. Savage Feast from the pitch zone. That only costs 1. But if you have 2 blue, let's go with our 2 blue Wrecker Romps up here.
Okay.
So let's say we have this kind of a situation. All right. So I'll just put these under.
People are saying red drone of brutality, so let me see what that does.
So if we do Barraging Beatdown, Savage Feast out of the archive or what have you, what do you call that?
Arsenal?
Arsenal, thank you.
We're playing too many games.
Out of the arsenal. Now we're at 3 Intimidates, is very likely, with Rhinar's ability. So we've got 3 Intimidates triggering here. We've got an attack that's at +8. So 8 plus 6 is going to be 14 damage, so we're going to do 14 there. Now, Savage Feast also draws me a card. So, if after, let's say, this one gets discarded, we pitch this one to play, now I've got 1 card left. Now, here's how this could get crazy. If I draw into something like a Scar for a Scar, then I can play that for 0, go again. I still have 2 resources left from the blue. I can swing the club at +5. So at that point, like, you could one-shot in a Blitz game with that combo.
Absolutely.
If you could make sure that Scar for a Scar was on the top of your deck. Now that's getting into some experimental jazz, but the card is so gorgeous, I just want to use it. I also like the idea of using a card with you on it to kill you. Interesting.
Someone was saying earlier.
Take care, Joe Terry.
Basically, if you basically play defensively, stack the barraging beatdowns on the bottom of your deck, and then chain them together and swing with the club.
I think that's what they were doing in that video, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what the developer was doing in the video. Unmovable, sink below, yeah.
Yeah, check this out. This is probably worth your time. Red drone of brutality.
Okay. If would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, instead put it on the bottom of your deck. Okay. So we block with it. Well, what do we do with this?
Well, if you discard it with his ability, it's a 6, and then it goes to the bottom of your deck, so you don't deck yourself. You always have fuel.
So you always have the brutality. Okay, sick. Okay, so barraging, and I'm not sure that I would have the time in Blitz to do the whole bottom of the deck stack thing.
I don't necessarily disagree.
But we can certainly.
Do you have any sink below aspirations?
Yeah, we need them.
Also, people are saying pummel, which I probably agree with.
It seems like all the cards that you would expect a brute to run
are being requested.
Yeah.
You ever get the feeling you just want to open some more packs?
Yeah, sometimes I get those sweaty palms there.
Palms are ready.
Palms are ready, knees weak.
Yes, I got to think about potions. We also have an Art of War.
I love that card.
I don't even want to know what it does. We've read it once, but I just kept going.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
We only have one, so I didn't want any fights to start. What we need, legitimately, is a big stack of more sink belows.
Yeah, you want to just pull them? What are they going for on the site?
I don't know. I'm seeing if I can find any more in this here.
Barraging. Let's go Wrecker Romp here. I'm pulling all the foils, of course.
That's what you got to do.
You got to do it.
There's no choice, really.
Every time you get the foils here. So I think these are definitely our trios. Barraging Beatdown and Wrecker Romp make a lot of sense just to have.
Here's this.
Thanks.
Don't have to run them all, but
do you run blue? I don't think you run blue.
It depends on if you want the resources.
Yeah. I really don't want to be holding any of this in my hand whenever I'm discarding cards. And that is a bit of an issue with the sink belows. Like, you know, you'll run into situations where you're holding one of them in hand, and it's like, do I want to take a 50-50 shot at discarding a card? Because you can't do anything with it on your turn to get it out of your hand. Pummel.
I just gave you the options.
Let's see what Pummel's up to. Choose a club. Give up +2. Target action card with cost 2 or greater gains +2, and if it hits, the defending hero discards a card. Interesting.
New guy 2878 says, I love this channel, always watch, never say much, but can't wait for tomorrow and some ashes. Happy
Awesome,
you're here.
new guy.
I'm also looking forward to
Not new
tomorrow.
for long.
Alex asking, are you just selling singles or are you buying them too? We're just selling them. We don't usually get into the buy singles from people game.
Luke Bag Daryl. Sink below $1 on our site. We should just scoop those up, man.
Well, I'm going to give you guys one opportunity, and it's the course of this stream.
If you had one shot.
If you want a bunch of them,
One opportunity.
This is your opportunity. Otherwise, I might buy them all. From us.
From them?
From them. This is from him. Happens more than you think.
All right, Savage Feast.
Ryan Roper says, I can't wait for Thursday in Middle Earth. I also can't wait.
Yeah, I'm going to get to actually do that nonsense. All right, Sand Sketch Plan is in.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Obviously, Blood Rush Bellow is in because, obviously. Okay, so there are other. Let's look at other things.
Josh Trevino, what up? Says shout out to TC. I just got my in parentheses. I swear, last bundle yesterday for Flesh and Blood and pulled the Warrior Legendary and the Eye of Ophidia. That's a fantastic pull. I still haven't even seen an L.
Let me tell you something.
We
haven't at all. Opening singles. We didn't see any legendaries. Us opening our packs.
We have legendaries.
We did.
We don't have Fabled.
We haven't seen a Fabled yet.
That was those Wizard boots I was showing you, and it was literally Wizard and the Brute legendary.
Everybody
pieces.
else is getting these Fableds though. All right, so I guess us weighing the boxes and sending you the good ones is working.
Panning out. We don't actually do that.
We don't actually do that.
I always feel like I have to caveat. Same with Nalgene. They're not
right.
but, you know.
We don't do that because it would take more time. We're very efficient organization. Okay, Breakneck Battery at 6. Red Breakneck Battery. Let's just get these in the pool because I feel like this is kind of where it's at.
Tom, Fabled are super hard to come by. He said he didn't get a Fabled. He ordered a couple cases from us, a couple bundles. They're like something like 1 in 40 or 50 boxes, so it's not expected. That said, someone was asking earlier when we were going to get more of the bundles back.
We don't know.
Do not know. Sign up for the wait list. We're waiting to get more product to be able to use those, but
it's a good sign.
It's a good sign.
That we can't get it means that it's selling out everywhere. So make of that what you'd like.
Nick Murphy says, I bought in a Flesh and Blood, Arkham, and now Ashes. And now every Ashes deck because of you guys. Can't stop, won't stop.
That's right. Nice.
Appreciate that, John.
All right,
we'll keep it up.
Wrecking, Primeval Bellow. I'm going to get Savage Swing out of here. Smash Instinct out of here. Breakneck Battery is out of here. I don't have my Smash Instincts yet. I got an Instinct for smashing.
You are Rhino.
Yeah. Okay. Done there. Ooh, there's a foil. May as well swap that in there.
That's right. Get the shinies in.
And I've got another foil, so let's swap that one in there.
Swippity swap. Evan says, I got a heart in my first box. I think I used up all my luck on that.
Yeah.
I just want that tunic. I love that art. Everything about Arya, that region.
Okay, we've got the bellows. I'm going to leave these guys in here. Putting this Wreck-A-Romp away because I've got all the Wreck-A-Romps that I can possibly have. Clearing it out here. We've got Savage Feast. I've got all of those at 6. So I'm going to call that a day.
Dude, we got the Ginyu Force in the house. Remember that from Dragon Ball Z?
Oh, I totally do.
That's someone's name on YouTube.
Is that the fusion dance stuff? Or was
no,
that
it's like
separate?
it was like Jace. Remember like the orange guy with the big white hair, and then I think it was Captain Ginyu, had the like horns coming out.
Yep.
On Namek, I think is when they were around. Ooh, George says TC's box gave me a heart. Much obliged. Those boxes were fire. The boxes we pulled weren't, but the boxes we sent were. Someone earlier said there were 7 or 8 hearts in the boxes that we've sent so far confirmed.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty impressive.
Why did we send them?
Should just open them all.
Just opened them and sold the hearts. Sold the hearts. Tell me this. Are there any good neutral cards that give your next attack action card go again?
I wish. I don't think
Are
that's
there not? Didn't we look at that, though? I think there are a few.
There's an equipment piece that gives your next something.
That could be a thing.
I don't think there's a generic card that gives a go again.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, chat, hit me up on that. Robert says, this deck building series has been tremendously fun to learn along with. Thank you so much. Cheers. Happy to have you, man.
Yeah. Pretty soon we'll know what we're doing. But hey, isn't this the beauty of it? This is one of the most fun parts of anything. You get to learn it, and you get to struggle through it for a while, and then you have this like realization, and then you're good at Netrunner.
And then I like that it was Netrunner.
Yeah, that's been my experience. Okay, Pack Hunt. You learn that you have to run on the Corp early. And Flesh and Blood does have some of that going on, because if I'm not pressuring you early, you get to your combos faster than I do.
Combo breaker.
Drone of Brutality. What's that big block card? One card, block a bunch of stuff. Stand and deliver.
What? Say it again?
It's like a 6 or a 7 in the bottom.
Oh, unmovable?
Yeah, unmovable. Thank you. You didn't get that from my sign language?
No. Sure didn't.
Because what I'm looking for, I probably want to only block with one card a lot of turns, so I can still discard.
Costs 3 and it's a 7. It's a defense reaction. There's a blue version. It still costs 3.
Yeah, they all cost the same.
Yeah,
that's the way it works.
There's also the Guardian one, the staunch response, but you can't play that. You're not staunch.
So why would you play that? You're ditching 2 cards for 7 versus 1 card for 3.
It's because it's a reaction.
Mm-hmm. So you can put it in your arsenal.
Arsenal, or you can not use it until you know you have to use it.
Yeah, so it'd be good against Warrior. You do a lot of attack reactions, right? Do you do a lot of attack reactions?
As me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
You're ninja stuff, right?
I'm chaining my techniques together, you know? It's like...
Yeah, yeah. So you're a bunch of little stuff that needs to get blocked.
Yep.
Let me tech for you then.
Good luck.
Okay.
The best way to get rid of my little attacks is just to stand me out.
That's right. Just slap you. All right, George. We'll let you know. Let us know when you're hosting a Nationals event. I'll drive up from San Antonio. We'll definitely let you know.
When we can be open again, I think it's going to be about 6 months of partying in our store. Massive events.
Well, I might look at Unmovable as an idea. All right, so now how are we going to make this deck weird? Let's see what we're at card-wise.
How you going to put the old Steve Areno spin on it?
Let's make this a little worse. 2, 4, 6.
I say it's a little
12.
spicier. You know, not everyone likes the spice.
14.
The spice isn't always good.
16.
But it's an acquired taste. You gotta love that spice.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 45,
What up, Tim Aiken? Hope you're doing well, man.
7. All right, I'm at 28 currently, so I've got plenty of spice opportunities. I had beans and rice this morning for breakfast.
Wow.
With a little bit of egg on top, right?
Oh,
because
you know
that's
what?
what makes it breakfast. I put some salsa on there.
An over easy egg on top of some rice is surprisingly one of the best things in the world.
On top of anything. Yeah, we call it the TKG it's like a dish that actually uses raw egg, which you feel about that how you like. But I got salsa from this taco truck. I don't know the name. But they had this salsa, and it's real salsa, and it's delicious, but it's very spicy. And I put that on the rice and beans as I was cooking them this morning. Tastes great, but man, it was like tear gas in the kitchen. Oh my gosh. I was like dying, just like crying and coughing.
Apparently, that's the breakfast of champions, and Evan eats it all the time.
It's a complete protein.
A couple things here. Simon asking, are you guys doing more Ashes deck or doing some Ashes deck building tomorrow? So we're probably just going to be working through. We have a bunch of those expansions we've never even seen or played that we're going to just be opening up, playing a couple games, and switch to the next one. But then probably next week or the week after, we'll actually start getting into the deck building, which I'm super excited about. Ben Sweeney says, when you guys can open again, I'm coming from New York, and I'm going to have my first drink in 7 years.
Oh my gosh. Like a good drink?
Yeah, he says fitness reasons.
Okay, get it. Like you're not getting back into the chains, I hope. I've been sober for 6 years. But now I need more.
DA says, Zach's got his work cut out for him in this match. We played Brute versus Ninja a few times, and Intimidate destroys your combo potential while demanding you block his big swings.
That's right. Although Intimidate, you get the cards back. That's the key thing. We didn't realize that at first. At the end, you get them all back in your hands.
Yeah. Again, I'm playing Ira, Crimson Haze, and Steven's playing Rhinar. The Brute.
So we got to put these Drone Brutalities in. Right?
I think it's just kind of a necessary thing.
Necessary thing. So what I think you're actually looking at, once you have this kind of Rhinar thing together, honestly, I think what you're looking at is, I can't wait to, by the way, there's going to have to be some Brute stuff that could potentially make the blues and yellows of these more enticing. Like a non-Rhinar Brute that if they discard a card as 6 or more, draw a card, it's like, well, does that mean that you have a Brute that comes in that says all discarded cards are +1 cost when they're or +1 attack when they're discarded or something that kind of can play a different game?
Or do you have a Brute that doesn't even care about discarding cards?
There could also be a version of Rhinar that wants to have like 1 Savage Feast in hand, play it, because then you would never discard it because you're playing it, right? So then you have a hand of all 6 attacks, you play Savage Feast, know you get that discard effect, draw a card for Savage Feast's ability, and so maybe there's one that's trying to intimidate into 2 smaller attacks versus one that's intimidating into a big attack.
Yeah, and I like the Scar for a Scar red, Life for a Life red. I'm saying red so we actually pop up cards.
Yeah.
But both of those cards that are like the not expensive, quick little attacks, you could stack your deck with those. And it's like you're forcing them to deal with that first, and then you literally could have a much easier time, obviously, intimidating them out of the turn.
Or even better, what I was looking at earlier, you intimidate them down to like 1 card in hand, then you do a bigger attack, and then you follow it up with a Scar for a Scar. It's just 4 free damage at that point, right?
Which is a lot.
That's a lot. It's a lot in this game. Okay. So I might look at what that does. And it's amazing how the deck building opens up when you think correctly. You know?
I'm with it.
Don't you know?
Dude, check this card out.
But to do that, you would have to give Savage Feast to go again. So how do we do that? Did we decide we can't do that in the neutrals? I think we decided we can't do that.
Can't do what?
We can't give Savage Feast to go again with anything fancy.
I don't think so.
There's got to be a neutral. Give a next attack action card go again.
That's so good, though.
You got to be. It's doable.
I mean, you have like potions to gain actions.
That could do it.
Which is
Energy Potion.
stored go again.
Time Snap.
Yeah.
You got Time Snap?
Yeah, of course.
You
want it?
Do you want me to pull it out? I can pull
No,
it
I
out
got
of
it.
like Azalea or something.
We got more.
Lead the charge, of course. Lead the charge. The card.
That doesn't work. It does.
And Reiner can do it with the legs, apparently. The Scab Skins? Oh, yeah, the Scab Skins. Because then you roll and you might get an extra action or 2.
That's really why that card's so good.
Am I about to pay $100 for Scab Skin Leathers?
I sure hope so.
I'll play it for...
Then I can buy them boots. I've been looking
a
at those
little
boots.
1 for 1.
I gotta keep pace here. I felt, buying the 1 Bravo card also, because I opened that extra box and I got all Dorinthia stuff.
Here we go.
And
Now we're justifying it.
Then you were like,
now we're justifying
oh, I'll
it.
play Dorinthia.
There we go.
Like, okay, cool.
Here we go.
Cool, dude. Cool.
Yeah, there's a good reason to do it like this. Lead the charge and Time Snap push.
I'm eventually gonna get there.
That's right, Quimby. Treat yourselves.
Treat yourself. That's so funny. I assume you've seen Parks and Rec. When they're like, what's one thing you really want to buy but you would never actually normally buy yourself? And then they cut, and he's in that full Batman replica outfit. It's so good. It is such good humor, honestly.
Oh,
I literally almost died.
Almost, huh?
I had to pause the show. That's where that was at for me. It's like, not ready. I'm not ready. Are you really looking at Lead the Charge? Is that a thing?
I'm looking at it, yeah.
Really...
I would like to at least have it on the table.
All right, hold on.
I mean, I can find it, too, if you need a helping hand
You're
there.
good. You're good. You also got the...
Although those time snaps, right?
So let me find them.
Those are not going to be floating. They're in decks.
Well, we opened some more, remember?
Yeah. One or two more.
Even,
oh, look at that foil.
That's the foil one.
Whew.
You know I like you when I'm allowing that to happen.
Oh my gosh.
Just passed it over. Didn't even like...
Look at that time. You didn't even grab it. You didn't even try to put it in your pocket.
I could have just swapped
precious.
it in a deck.
Precious.
My precious.
Yeah, you got to have time snaps for sure.
Hold on.
So I'll definitely do two of these guys.
Let me get there.
In the spirit of our Scar for a Scar promo, I might actually try to do a little weird wide
I'm definitely running Scar for a Scar because Ira's on it. It's got to happen. Ooh, what about Crazy Brew?
What's that up to? Oh, is that the one where you can randomly get stuff?
It's a 0 cost. A 1 or a 2, you lose 2 life, go again. A 3 or a 4, you gain 2 life, go again. A 5 or a 6, you gain 2 actions, 2 resources, and your next attack's +2.
I would 100% run that. 2 of them.
And it's blue.
Are you serious? This is hilarious, man. This is exactly the way that I would run Brew.
Right now with his Crazy Brew. Yeah.
100% this, man.
Did I hand you? Oh, there.
Yeah, we got it. Okay, cool. There's the Lead the Charge. Honestly, can you give me... You got blue in there? Lead the Charge blue?
Yep. We'll get there.
Because all of these attacks... Well, I'll need yellow. I'll need yellow.
Yellow's the color you want?
Savage Feast is one cost, yeah. So we'll do yellow, maybe a red.
There's the blue.
Maybe a red. Because I don't really need to go again on any of these 2 costs.
You already have the ones you need?
Yeah, I've got them. I've got yellow. I would take 1 more red if you've got it. And I know I have more in the other decks.
Yeah. But ideally, we just have enough.
Yeah, ideally. Ideally, we just have enough. That's right.
I hate proxies and I hate swapping. There's a red.
Okay, thank you.
That's what you said you needed?
Yep, I think that's it.
Look at us go.
Hey, this is starting to make sense. I'm starting to actually recognize the cards.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling. Savage Feast is done. Primeval Bellow is done.
It's once you know the card pool, everything gets way easier, right?
Man, yes. And Pummel makes a lot of sense here too. Attack action card with cost 2 or greater. It's not really what I'm doing.
Derek asking, what difference does the color make? So basically, a lot of cards will have 3 different versions, red, yellow, and blue. Red's going to be the most effective version of the card, but it only provides 1 resource. Like we pull up red Scar for a Scar. On the top left, you'll notice the red bubble. There's 1 of them. That's 1 resource. But if we pull up blue Scar for a Scar, on the top left, you'll actually see 3 bubbles, which means it's 3 resources. But the blue version does less damage. So it's less strength, more resources, or more strength, less resources.
Okay. Okay, hey, this is coming together. So here's the question we have to ask ourselves. I need your help on this.
Do you?
Because
this is fun.
This is super fun.
I like these jam sessions where we're just hanging out building decks.
This is super fun, man. So there's a version. Okay, so here's how you spice this up and make it worse. But it's very enticing. So what you do...
Luckily, now that I know you're doing that, I can do the same thing.
There you go. So if you run... Basically, if you pick your main attack, right? This is where the spice comes in. So let's say I choose Savage Feast as my main attack. Okay?
Okay, let me just...
maybe even just yellow and red, maybe blue, yellow, red. We'll
so I'm just going to pull up blue Savage Feast so people can lay their eyes on this thing. As initial cost to play it, discard a random card. If it was 6 or more, draw a card, so it replaces itself.
Right,
it
replaces itself. Now that's critical.
Very good for filtering.
Because and if it replaces itself with an attack like Scar for a Scar, that can end the chain after my attack sequence has happened.
But how do you attack again after that triggers?
So here's the thing. This is where you lead with something like...
Like Lead the Charge, red.
lead the charge, then maybe a barraging beatdown. So those are all 0 cost cards. Okay, so then the next attack action is going to give me go again, and it's going to be +4, likely. Then I'm going to play Savage Feast, discard that 4th card out of hand. But I got to find a way to pay the money for that.
Pay him.
So we're running into money issues.
As long as any of these are in your arsenal, though, you're fine.
That's right. That's right. So the discard happens, pay the money, can guarantee that it's a 6 or more. Savage Feast then gets the additional go again, and it swings in. What's up?
Ryan
What did we miss?
Roper just bought my boots.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks for buying them, man. That means the world. People purchasing stuff from us is how we're here and able to keep streaming 5 days a week. So the whole team appreciates it. Enjoy the boots for me. Hopefully I'll get lucky and pull them.
That's right. We'll get him this go around. Oh, also, yeah, let's not sleep on the fact that Crazy Brew could give me resources and actions, so that would set this on fire. Time Snap would remove Lead the Charge. So there's ways to get extra actions. If you can Savage Feast, draw a card, then, there's a world where you could Savage Feast, draw, Savage Feast, draw, Savage Feast, draw, and if you hit all 3 of them in a row. No, you can't have go again on them, only the first one. Savage Feast into like Scar for a Scar. What are the other cheap go again attacks?
Life for a life. If you have less life, you gain 1 and it has to go again. So that's the other thing is like thinking about your off turns, which is like, okay, when you basically draw, let's say you're going to end up playing a potion.
Yeah, Scar for a Scar into
so
a pot.
that's where the little attacks are really good
Yeah.
because you get to still throw an attack and it looks threatening. It's like, Scar for a Scar for 4, and it's like, do I actually want to block that?
Yeah, that's nice.
And then you're like, potion. And put something in your arsenal, right? That's a solid turn. I guess it's pretty cool.
And honestly, so if you do... Interesting.
Ryan says, I pulled 3 legendaries from 2 bundles that I bought from TC. It only seemed fair for me to pay for one directly. That's awesome. Glad you had some good luck.
Intimidate. Okay. There's nothing that gives me Intimidate plus discard a card, right? Now that would be the jam. There isn't. There isn't.
Don't you feel like...
Blood Rush Bellow is the one
What's
that does
it do?
it. As an additional cost to play it, no, it doesn't. You discard a random card. What I'm trying to find, what I really want to happen is there to be a way to get cards out of your hand with Intimidate. So it got to discard a card and play something with Intimidate, then Scar for a Scar, and then the final attack. Because that's when the go again matters. Because really the go again on Scar for a Scar doesn't matter. Because it's going to be on the last thing in the turn. If I were to chain that up. So
unless you have the resources to swing your club.
That's true, which I would.
And it would be +1 because you discard?
Because at that point, I'd be Lead the Charge for 0, Barraging Beatdown for 0, Savage Feast for 1, play a blue for 3, I have 2 left over, Scar for a Scar, swing for 5. Now we're getting somewhere.
There it is. It's the club is what was missing from the equation.
It's the club.
It's the club.
This is Europe's hottest club. Reinar. Okay, then I'm going to do a weird Savage Feasty kind of thing. We'll call it...
Savage Feasty? My favorite holiday.
Exactly, yes. That's what we'll call
a
it.
Feastivus for the rest of us. Have you seen an episode of Seinfeld? Festivus for the rest of us?
No, but I hear that it's coming to the streaming services soon.
Seinfeld?
Yeah, one of them. It's coming to Netflix 2021, I think.
I feel like Seinfeld and Friends are 2 shows that I've seen random episodes of, but like I wasn't... Netflix didn't exist, so you couldn't just turn it on when you wanted, and I wasn't an adult, so I didn't really care about them.
Yeah.
But I just feel like I need to catch up on those like 90s jokes and Space Ghost.
Oh my gosh, what a great show. Coast to Coast literally is like, do you want to know what humor is?
Do you want to know what Steven's humor is?
It was honestly, I feel like it was just such a kind of a postmodern, as hoity-toity as that is. Okay, let's see what we got. We got a 6 stack there, so 6 times 3 is 18, 9, 20, 21, 22. It's not like this.
I can't wait, DA says. He says he can't wait to play in Flesh and Blood and Ashes events at Covenant once the world's less crazy. Hasn't had a chance to visit us yet, but is looking forward to it after picking up some incredible games. We're so looking forward to it. Like I said, that first couple of months after we're actually open again, it's going to be a party because everyone, once it's like fine to go places. Everyone's going to want to go.
You're right.
I feel like there's a lot of people who have been watching and hanging out in the chat. They're like, ready to go.
We're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. But don't you feel like right now, I was thinking about
ready.
this when I'm sitting here watching you and interacting with you in this process. It feels like literally so much like when we were kids, because it's like it would just be us in the back of the movie barn or at someone's house building decks just like this, and we were the meta.
Yeah, that's right.
I am the meta. A little Palpatine there. But it's giving me those vibes completely.
Those are the vibes I live for. I've missed them.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I've missed those
Like
vibes.
even people were saying like apparently Ira's not legal in tournaments according to the FAB documents, and it's like, don't care.
That's cool.
It's legal here. You know what I mean?
That's cool.
Joe says I'm gonna miss the frequent
Don't need
streams though.
this.
No one said they were going away.
Don't need.
Not promising anything, but no one said they were going away.
I do need this. Okay, well, let's get a little weirder then. No.
Ryan, we'll definitely let people know as soon as we can when there's going to be stuff going down. It'll be interesting to gauge when it's appropriate to actually like reopen and whatnot. I got some big plans too, so just stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Okay, so I'm actually able to cut in a way that I feel like I understand why I'm doing the things that I'm doing.
Apparently Ira is in Crucible of War, so she's legal in Blitz once that comes out.
Beautiful.
Very, very cool.
That's what you want. Okay.
You're really putting a deck together.
I'm really actually thinking. It's amazing. I've never done this before. Yep, that makes sense. So this essentially yields Primeval Bellow blue. That essentially yields my. That's also my Intimidate potentially. Don't Sleep on Awakening, although that's not really my play. It's not really my play. I feel like you kind of choose. Are we in a place where you kind of choose a bellow? Are you doing? You kind of choose your action that you're focusing on. Are you choosing Barraging Beatdown, Awakening Bellow, or Primeval Bellow? Which is just phenomenal. I love the idea. Okay,
seems like you're choosing the beatdown path.
let me just take all of this out and see what we're left with. I don't even know if Drone makes it, honestly. I do need. I'm actually running a little low on 6 attacks.
Said no Reiner player ever.
1, 2, 3, 4. We're still at 18 here, right? 6 times 3.
That is the math.
22, 4, 6, 8, 10, 32, 4, 8. So this is 38 right here.
How many 6 attacks you got?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
About half of the deck. So with 2 remaining, I can either throw in a Bonehead Barrier, which is fun, maybe some Sink Below, do some filtering. Seems like a good one on my off turns. And then people were talking about, what were people talking about? Other things? Oh, and Unmovable? That could be a thing. Let's shuffle this up. Let's just see how it plays. Okay.
Right? Now I have to go through this process.
I need my Scarf for Scars.
There it is. 2 of them. Throw them in.
Boom.
That card is ridiculously good looking. Did you see the picture I posted this morning?
No.
I very much leaned into it.
Leaned in.
You shouldn't be nervous. It's just
What other
it
zero?
photographed well.
What's the biggest 0 cost attack in the game?
Scar for a scar.
You're sure?
0 for 4? Yeah.
What is life for life?
1 for 4, but it gains you a life.
Art of War. Wait, what's our? Yeah, let's talk about art. Did you have Art of War?
We have 1.
Let's see what it does.
Yellow. I'm gonna let you read it because you need to understand it.
Okay, I do. Attack action card is +1/+1. Next attack action card is Go Again. Oh my gosh.
Let's be real though. Reinhardt is not the Art of War guy.
No, it's totally the Art of War guy.
That's
totally
like,
the Art of War.
Just so we're aware, that's like the most expensive non-legendary card on our site.
0 for 5, Enlightened Strike. 0 for 7, Enlightened Strike.
We don't have that card.
Is it rare?
It's majestic.
Are you kidding?
Or it's hard to get.
What's it? What, do we have one on our site? I've seen this card. That's a Majestic. Are you sure?
Is it a Majestic? Let's see.
You can also search for it in the search bar.
This will be funner. I know exactly what it looks like. And I'll organize my most expensive and you'll see it.
Unless we didn't pull one, which is possible.
Let's go on Majestic. Because I remember seeing it. I think we have it.
They're very rare. It is Majestic.
We don't have it.
Don't have
That's
it.
how rare it is.
It's gone.
A lot of stuff's gone. Man, you guys are eating it up.
Bless
I
you
appreciate
guys.
that.
It sells out instantly when sites restock it.
It's that good.
All right, good to know. So when we stock it, we need to stock it about 1,000, 1,500 maybe.
We have more Art of War, though.
Yellow?
Yep, that's the only one.
It's the only one. I'm going to put an Art of War in here, for sure. So Scar for a Scar, Enlightened Strike is the, I understand now why it's so expensive. And so then Scar for a Scar is the other. Oh, Ravenous Rabble. Let's see what that one is.
Oh, I know what that is.
That's
We have
0
that. We have
for
that.
5,
That's
but
that one
minus
that's
the
minus
cost.
the pitch value of your top card.
So most of the time it's going to be doing about 3. So Scar for a Scar it is. Okay. Red Scar for a Scar. I think I'm over now. I think I need to cut 3. Mm-hmm.
Do you need 4 potions? Is that too many potions?
Probably. But they're also money. I'm not cutting the Crazy Brew. We can't cut
I love
any
that
of
card.
Let's not cut any of those. I'll cut red, lead the charge. I'm not going to play any 0 cost attacks. They need to go again. So that seems obvious. And then I can cut one other thing for Art of War. And it's going to be, I like my blue pommels. How about, oh man, but this is the whole thing. This is the whole deck. Maybe I can't do it. Nope, not doing it.
You're not Art of War?
Oh my gosh, though, that's so good. I'm Art of Warring. I'm Art of Warring, okay?
It's
I just need to-
good.
All right, let's see if we can string it together. I'm going to do one Drone of Brutality, unfortunately. Cutting one.
It's in your short stack.
It's in my short stack. Okay, I've done it.
Okay, now it's my turn.
Yeah, and so what I'm going to be trying to do, now there is a good Reinhardt deck that's just like fundies. What I'm going to be trying to do
This
is
is for
Savage
you.
Feast into a bonus attack. A little bit weaker on the first attack, but we're going to get an additional attack. And if it goes well with Scar for a Scar, hopefully we can get that that club attack as well.
Nice. I mean, I feel like you actually have a good strategy.
If
And
nothing else,
don't forget your armor pieces.
Savage
that's
Feast
that's
goes
something
right into the arsenal at the end.
You didn't quite dive into, but I think you should,
Okay.
because this is relevant before I dive in. So your helmet options, you can either get 1 armor, you can do the Hope Merchant's Hood, you destroy it, shuffle any number of cards from your hand into your deck, draw that many cards.
So that's pretty good. I love it always.
And those are your options.
So
your
one armor or reshuffle.
Yep. And I'm actually going to give you both because you can pick before you start playing your game. Then you have your signature Barkbone Strapping, I assume you use.
You got to
Instant,
do that.
Destroy it, roll a d6, gain resources.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Then when it comes to your arms, there's the classic armor. There's also the gauntlets. Then there's the Bullseye Bracer. Has Arcane Barrier 1.
Don't
But
need it.
it's also got Destroy It. If you have no cards in your arsenal, you can put an arrow. Nope. That's a ranger
Probably a
card.
ranger
Yep.
card.
Goliath Gauntlet. This is probably the one you're going to run. The next attack with a cost 2 or greater that you play this turn gains +2.
I don't really have that many of those. I mean, it's unbroody.
Bracers of Belief. Real top card of your deck. If you do the next attack action, gets +X, where X is 3 minus the pitch value.
That's not terrible. If that's what I've got to do, that's what I've got to do.
One of those 2 or armor. Your call.
And the other 2 don't do any armor?
Nope.
I'll take the armor. Coming into the fight with what I found in the woods.
Then we get your boots and the fur. Snapdragon Scalers, destroy them to target attack action card with a cost of 1 or less, gains go again. Probably not. Mage Master Boots, 1 resource, destroy them, the next non-attack action card you play this turn gains go again. So armor.
Iron Rot, man. Iron Rot.
All right, you did it.
All right. Let's see how it works. I at least know what I'm trying to do, and I know that it's not going to be, you know, the be-all, end-all of brute decks, but I'm just interested in, like, how much variation can you have across these classes that is still interesting. And sometimes you stumble on stuff that turns out to be really good.
Or really bad.
That's my favorite part. Most of that 90% of the time it's awful. But then that 1% of the time when you hit something and you're like, oh man.
Brandon Power says, please, please, please check your Twitter.
What happened on our Twitter? No, that makes me super nervous.
I'll let you deal with that.
Ugh. Usually only weird things happen on Twitter.
I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. My second attack each turn gains +1. So that's actually really interesting because a lot of times you want 5 or 4 and 5 damage and not 6 and 3. So if she's naturally going to be boosting my second attack each turn to +1, I just need to remember that because my math's going to be a little weird. And I'm going to go ahead and use her weapon that comes in the starter deck, which is Edge of Autumn. Once per turn, spend a resource, attack, it has to go again. So it's just a 1, and then it has to go again, which of course is going to trigger her +1 to my second attack. And so I just want to be cognizant of the fact that I'm going to ping for 1, which is nice. Steven's going to have to respect that. Either just keep taking 1 or actually block it, which I don't think will ever happen. So it's kind of like a natural round counter. But then her future attacks obviously are going to have +1. Now, Ninja has probably the most, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but it's
bunch of dimensions all
it's
at once.
linear the way they build their decks, I think, because they have this cool thing. So let's go ahead and pull up Red Leg Tap. 1 cost, 1 resource, 4 damage attack, and let's go again. Very simple. But then let's pull up Red Rising Knee Thrust. 0 cost attack, has the word combo, which means if Leg Tap was the last attack this combat chain, Rising Knee Thrust gains +2 and go again. So it's trying to basically combo pieces together, you know, like a ninja would. Leg Tap, Rising Knee Thrust, and then hit him with the finisher, which in this case is called Red Blackout Kick. 1 cost, and it says combo. If Rising Knee Thrust was the last attack this combat chain, Blackout Kick gains +3. So it's normally a 4 damage attack, but it's a 7 if you play it after Rising Knee Thrust. But to play Rising Knee Thrust, you have to play Leg Tap. So essentially, this is very much, it literally has combo on the cards. What'd I miss?
I found it.
It's perfect.
You guys really need to be, just go to
It's
the
me
Twitter.
as Bravo. That's fantastic. Yeah. That's the quality of the, like, putting my face on something.
Pull up our Twitter, man. Pull over. You can even just look at it. It just got replied somewhere in there. We'll just send it over to HDMI. You guys, we all need to enjoy this together. Thank you, Brandon. Brandon sent that over. Oh, man. Here, I thought we were hacked or something.
I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Man, my gosh. That is great. That's exactly what's supposed to happen out here in the world. My goodness. Just making it happen, you know?
It was a mention?
Was it probably a mention or a response to, I guess it would be a mention, yeah. I had to log into our...
That's not where I'm logged into.
I had to log into TC to get it. You gotta log out of Zach Bunn and into...
No, I can add an account because Twitter has a brain. Hold on, give me a second.
Okay.
It's probably worth enjoying.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Oh my gosh. I got 2 slots remaining. Yes. That's the best day ever.
My favorite is that you can see the little earring coming through still.
Yeah. All right, we're going over. You can't see any passwords or anything, right?
Nope, no, you're good.
Okay, here we go.
Look at this in all of its glory. Legend story, you know what to do next. Print it! Oh, the earring is the most killer part of that, honestly.
Oh, man.
It's
there
so
he is.
good.
There he is.
I also like the kid in the background screaming.
Cheers to that. Wow.
That
Didn't
was
get much
quick
better
work.
than that.
That was quick work. All right.
Man, that's a $1,000 card. 1,500 maybe.
I think
2,000.
so. I think so. So you basically have this chain of things happening that obviously gets go again and goes and whatnot. Now you also have. I didn't know this until now when I was sorting these cards, but I have yellow hurricane technique. And so this also triggers off of this same chain. So instead of Blackout Cake, it's actually another card. It says combo of Rising Knee Thrust was the last attack this combat chain. Hurricane Technique gains +1, go again, and if Hurricane Technique hits, put it into your hand. So basically it becomes a 5, and also if it does any damage, I'm going to bounce it back. And so when you're playing as Ninja, it's kind of a little bit of a little gamble, because you might want to try to stop my first attack, because I might not even have the next one.
You just don't know.
If you have any cards left by the time I get to the third or fourth attack in the turn, then, you know, good luck on you. But if you don't, then I'm going to Hurricane Technique and then Hurricane Technique again until I can't pay for it anymore. Because every time it hits, as long as this was the thing before it, it's just, I literally can just keep playing.
It's like a hurricane.
It's hitting you like a hurricane. Now, the other pathway for Ninja is, so that was kicking, and the other one's punching. So we have Red Head Jab. 0 cost attack, and it's doing 3 damage. Now, again, it's worth remembering that normally a 0 for 3 is like, but Ira is going to give this attack +1. So if you swing with your Edge of Autumn first, and then she's coming in, this is actually going to be a 0 for 4, which is like right in the pocket of where you want it to be.
That's actually a really cool benefit of her as a character.
That's what I was talking about when you were looking up Twitter.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
love that.
She makes your 3s and 6s actually super reasonable.
That's cool, and that feels like a two-handed weapon versus the Kodachi version.
Yeah.
Love that, love that, love that.
So then after you
Hit the bathroom.
hit with a head jab, I'm just going to walk through and try to figure out this thing.
Yeah, can you do something bad also?
I'll try. Well, it's supposed to be a bad matchup for me anyway, so.
Spicy, not bad, spicy.
Open the center red. It's 2 cost, does 5 damage, and then if head jab was the last attack this combat chain against +1, go again and dominate, which means they can only block with a single card. And again, when this hits, it's probably the 3rd attack on the turn, right? Edge of Autumn, head jab, open center. So they may not even have cards left at that point. And then we get Fluster Fist, which is combo. If open the center was the last attack this combat chain, Fluster Fist gains +1 for each attack that has hit this combat chain. So this is where it could be really good. If you hit with a sword, stack, stack, stack. I mean, it's 4, so it's going to be an 8 for 0, which is pretty crazy. But even then, again, combo, let me make sure. Yep. So even without the combo, though, right, a 0 for 4 is pretty strong. And we've already seen that. So if I hit like Scar for a Scar, Life for a Life, Fluster Fist in a single turn, without even these combo pieces, that's just a lot of attacks to deal with. People on chat discussing whether or not Hurricane Technique goes back to your hand every time. I think it would, because technically if it bounces, it's not in the chain anymore. So unless it somehow remembers that it was there. Anyways, so just like Hurricane Technique, though, we have Red Pounding Gale, which is triggers off of the punches. It's a 1 cost. It says if open the center, which is the second one in the chain, was the last attack this combo chain, Pounding Gale gains. If Pounding Gale will deal damage to a hero, instead it deals double that amount of damage.
Are you hip to what chat's saying about Hurricane?
Yeah.
Did you get that? Okay.
Yeah.
It only works once, because then it was the last thing played, which makes sense.
Which is interesting, because that's a floating piece of information.
It's true, because well, technically, does it go back to hand?
It goes back to hand, yeah. So it's not in the chain anymore. That's why I thought it kept going.
Man, it should, though.
That's what I'm saying.
That's unfortunate.
Because if you can find a way to play that 4 times, be my guest.
Mm-hmm. Man, yeah, you should totally be able to do that.
Yeah. Huh. Now, the thing about
Don't
Ira,
like that.
right, let me find Katsu really quick.
Floating information. Float.
He's somewhere. Where? There they are. I just want to show the difference, because I think a lot of people will deal with this. Because I think Katsu is naturally just like way better at comboing, because he has the once per turn effect. When an attack action card you control hits, you can discard a card with a cost 0. If you do search your deck for a card with combo, banish it, then shuffle your deck, you can play it this turn. So he's better at comboing.
Yes.
For that very reason, which means I'm, like, when you really start thinking about what you would have to do to set up the triple layer combo, that's a lot.
It's very difficult.
Now, the reality is, like I was saying earlier,
Pitch a yellow card, you got 3 right there.
well, the resources aren't the problem, but you just have to have those cards. Particularly, so I think you literally choose a chain, and then you're going to run 6, 6, 6, and then obviously the special version
Now,
of it.
that's assuming that the combo is actually worth running, because like compare it to a hand that's full of Scar for a Scar and Life for Life. Is
Well,
that
those are
better?
also going to go in the deck.
Okay.
So that's the thing this deck does. If you look, it's like all super cheap. So if you throw in Scar for a Scar and Life for a Life here, 2 resources get you like 4 or 5 attacks.
Okay.
At like reasonable numbers. Even if you look at like these higher up cards like Blackout Kick, it's 1 for 4. Even if you ignore the combo piece, it's just a 1 for 4.
Yeah,
Or
that's
Rising
good.
Knee Thrust is a 0 for 3. And it's kind of
And
cool.
this is, I mean, yeah, because and then it's, at its best a 1 for 7, which is a great deal.
Yeah, 1 for 4 is fine.
Yeah.
Especially if it's your like 3rd or 4th attack. Now you also notice something that's interesting about the way they design these. This is the kind of stuff you notice when you zoom out a little bit, is that the kicks cost at the 1 and 3 slot, and the punches cost in the middle.
It's the big jab in the middle. Yeah.
So it's literally jab, open center, fluster fist, which is 0-2-0.
That's so cool. Also, don't you feel like open the center is the ideal one for Ira, because your second attack is +1 and you're giving it dominate. So that's going to be an easy way to push through damage that they can't block, because they only get 1 card and now it's at +1. And it's also +1 naturally, so it's a 7 damage dominate attack as your second, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Now the other thing is she can always attack with her Edge of Autumn first. So
Yeah.
the second attack could actually be
That's true.
here,
Yeah.
which makes the 0 for 3 way better.
Yeah, I was just basically looking at, so, but it does make it better, like you were saying.
And in fact, I like the punches currently better.
Punches work way better. Either one of those options is great.
Yeah, so like the 0 cost at the bottom having go again means that this pairs with the chain really well, but it also pairs with anything.
That's true.
Like Life for a
you can
Life,
just head jab
Scar
into
for a Scar,
yeah.
head jabs.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of 0 cost. So I'm gonna go that route. So I'm just literally currently going to just put the kicks away. Now these are generically good cards, right? Like Light Tap is a 1 cost go again, so that might actually end up back in the stack.
Back
and
in
then
the stack.
Rising Knee Thrust, a 0 for 3 without go again. That's not going to end up in.
I feel like Ira's just playing more fundamentals. You have maybe
Yeah.
1 combo that you're going after, but
But it's not like you need to hit it.
yeah. I like just trying a different version of Ninja than we've seen. Like sticking with the Edge of Autumn and Ira rather than going Katsu with Kodachis. Or even going Ira with Kodachis or Katsu with Edge of Autumn.
Sure.
I love Edge of Autumn. Oh my gosh. How cool is that card?
Just make sure I don't have any shinies of some of these. So I'm going to go 6 of the mainline combo, and that's really just a matter of like giving myself the best odds to potentially hit it. But I'm not. She's going to be so much less consistent at hitting it because she doesn't have that ability to go fish it out.
But if you're sitting on, a blue head jab and a red open the center, it's like, well, I'll play that blue head jab, 0 for 1
Totally.
attack, doesn't matter.
You basically just threaten it, even if you can't have it, and then I think it works generically.
I really like that +1 open the center 7 dominate, because that gets you through even unmovable in most situations, right?
Yeah.
So like that, if I'm at 1 or 2 health, you almost can guarantee that second attack gets
And all I
through.
need are these 2 cards.
Yeah, 2 cards
Yeah.
makes it happen.
There's that.
Awesome. And I'm going to be rolling in with just Iron Rot. I'm just going to give myself time.
I like it. Okay, so a couple other cards in my class that are
Get
worth
some weirder sleeves
knowing is that
for my equipment.
Okay.
I'm going to make them look fancy.
I have a bunch of, well, they're at home, a bunch of different colors. Red Flick Flack, let's pull that up. It's a 0 cost defense reaction, defends for 4. If the next card I defend with this turn is a card with combo, it gains +2. So interestingly, if you have 2 defense reactions, that makes sense, it works. But if you don't, oh, you know what? Oh, hold the phone. I forgot. There's cards in the Ira deck that are Ira-specific specialization stuff. So let's pull those up for a second, because that's going to change everything. So Whirling Mist Blossom, yellow.
That's a good sign.
I like the name. It looks awesome, too. Is an Ira specialization. If it hits, and it's the 2nd or higher link in a row to hit, I draw 2 cards, and it also has go again. So if it's number 2 or higher and it does any damage,
So that's really good with Ira.
Very good.
She can give it 3, but that's most cards.
the main thing is that it's a 2 with go again that if you don't pitch a card with, I'm going to draw 2. And in this deck, you can't allow it because I have too many 0 cost to go against.
Yeah, you got to block that.
We also get Salt the Wound, yellow. Salt the Wound gets +1 for each attack that has hit this combat chain. It's a 0 cost.
That's
So
good.
literally, it's just and then like bam, hit for a big attack.
It's telling you that Ira is not really the combo person. Katsu's the combo person. This
Yeah.
one is just you're making your own combos.
Which is why I think you go with the punches because the 0 cost to go again is the money.
100%. Yeah.
She also has yellow Bittering Thorns. If Bittering Thorns hit, your next attack gains +1. Go again. I don't even know if I'll end up using that.
1 cost 3 damage with go again. Maybe a +1. That's fine.
It's
a
got
good attack.
red Torrent of Tempo. If Torrent of Tempo hits, it gains go again.
5. 1 for 5. Can't hate that.
It's got red Flying Kick.
Beautiful art on all
Yeah,
these cards.
all these cards
what
are
is going
insane.
on?
Well, it's the demo deck, so you got to make sure everyone's like in love after they play this.
Oh my gosh.
It's got red Flying Kick, 2 cost. If Flying Kick is played as Chain Link 3 or higher, it gains +2. So it'd be a 7 for 2. I'm not going to do that yet.
Not enough.
Blue Head Jab, 0 cost, 1 damage attack, go again. Just put that there. Got my scars.
Oh, you already have that, right? Oh, it's the promo version of what you already have. Head jab.
Oh.
It's the special version. It's the weird version. John, do you have the weird? Yeah, he's got it.
The alt
got
looking
the alt
art.
version,
That's
yeah.
hilarious. I like this one because it's got Ira on it. Let's see what else it has. Blue Brutal Assault in here, just 2 for 4. Blue Lunging Press, 0 attack reaction, +1. It's also got Springboard Somersault, which is a 2 defense reaction +2 of play from Arsenal. So we'll definitely put these in. So Flick Flack, a defense reaction for 0, 0 for 4, and if the next card I defend with this turn has a combo in it, it gets a +2. So that gives all those +2 defense, which is really strong. I like Flick Flack a lot. So I'm going to put 2 of it, all of it down.
Okay. This is fine. This is fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Awakening Bellow. I think that's right. Let's put another blue in there.
Where? Oh, they're there.
Oh, where is my hairbrush?
Doo-doo. I got 2 of these. This art is the bomb. Red Ancestral Empowerment. So Katsu in the story goes on this mission to find.
Bring it on.
He gets recruited by these people that he thinks are good.
Space creatures.
Spoiler. Anyways, they're going to sneak out some very important documents from this old library. And
Industrial
he's like the
plans?
leader of his village, and like he leaves against the it's like the elders, the wise elders.
Sacred
Request. They
text.
tell him not to leave. It's not time to leave yet, because he's trying to find a cure for this disease that's kind of plaguing his tribe.
Okay.
And so he goes and he's helping these people because he's trying to get his thing out of it. And then the elders have been following him the whole time, but he hasn't been able to see them. But you can see in this art of ancestral empowerment, see the shadows of the smoke of them in
That's
there.
awesome. Truly
it's very
awesome. Yeah.
Anyways, the flavor text says they called to him from beyond the mist. It's time to come home. Target ninja attack action card gains +1, and then you draw a card. 0 cost. That's a good card.
Hello.
And then
That's really good. Ancestral empowerment.
yeah, and then we have red Whelming Gust Wave, 0 cost combo. If Surging Strike, I don't think I'm playing that card.
I think that's the 3rd combo wave, or the 3rd combo chain. I think there's 3 of them, right? Surging Strike right there. That's the other one. This is kind of the, what's that one look like?
So red Surging Strike is 2 cost for 5 damage. Go again. Whelming Gust Wave. This could be good. If Surging Strike was the last attack of this combat train, it gains +1. Go again, and if it hits, draw a card.
Okay.
But it's just a 2-piece combo. I don't think there's a 3rd leg of that.
Oh, that's it. But you gotta pay what, 2 for it? Okay, so all these combos cost 2, just in different ways. We have a 1/0/1, we have a 0/2/0, and we have a 2/0. Cool. Now we know. I get it. I understand. Ooh, I'm over here tinkering with this deck too. Intimidate. The old Awakening Bellow. Maybe I do go there. Yeah, I probably will.
All right, I'm going to look through the
line.
basics and see if anything is calling my name. Red Nimblism. It's not going to be my play. Max attack action card, but it costs 1 or less. Oh, 1 or less you play as turn gains +3. The Red Nimblism could be my play. Hello
Seems
there.
like it would be in character. Just thinking about it.
Very nimble.
Very nimble, very fast.
Whisper the Oracle, nah. Lead the charge. I don't think I need the action points. I have go again in different area codes. I do want life for lives once I get there.
That's interesting. Also interesting. 2 costs. So now, you know what I'm going to do? Now, I'm going to lay out like basically secondary combos that also can work. Oh, this is coming together, man. I think I'm starting to understand it.
Seeing through the
I
void.
think I'm seeing where I'm doing things wrong, which is the first step in understanding how to do things right. Put it on the back of a book. Sell 1 million copies.
It's like my book, How I Got to 1 Million Instagram Followers.
Yeah, right. People like you reading the book. Okay, primeval.
I'll get out the Razor Reflexes because the art's so good and the art's so good. Did I mention? The art's so good.
Say it again.
Huh.
What is it? I have yellow smash. Yep, I do. I'm already thinking the right way.
Blake says, so far I only have 1 box of each set. Do you think it'll be a good idea to get a single Crucible set or improve my collection of the first 2 sets first?
I say go Crucible.
I think if you have
can always
boxes
trade too,
from the first 2 sets, or a box from the first 2 sets, this will make everything better. Like, you're going to get options for everything in there. So I think you can go either way, but...
I'd get Crucible and then I'd go singles. Or I'd trade. Or wait for those bundles to come back in, because those things are great. Okay, Drone of Brutality. Wheel of Brutality, spin, spin, spin. Be a different situation.
Sink Below is interesting.
I've got yellows and blues here if you need them. We're going to get to the point where it'll be like, okay, did you just put the card that you're wanting to launch your offense with in your arsenal? And if so, that means I'm pretty good to attack because it's not a defense reaction. Or did you put Sink Below or a similar defense reaction? So I'm going to wait. You're going to sit on it for an entire turn in your arsenal and not have a good offense next turn because you're going to be sitting on a dead card.
Hard to say, really.
There's just going to be a lot of interesting things going on.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it was Animaniacs, wasn't it, Thomas?
We are the Animaniacs.
That show was genius, by the way.
Animaniacs?
I still remember how well written that show was. And it wasn't because I was a kid.
I was going to say, I can't really speak to it because I was a kid. And I
was a
I don't
child.
trust my opinions when I was a kid. Wow. Pursuit of Knowledge Blue has the craziest art.
Okay, I've got everything done there. Special sleeves if you want them for your equipment. I've got some blues here. That might be fun. What would be great is Art of War. Too bad I already took it. Bummer. That's a bummer.
I needed the handicap. Got him.
Yeah, though. Really. That's, I'm running some interesting stuff.
Let me look at my Bravo.
I think I'm going to need more blue cards.
Resources matter.
They really do. And I'm going to tell you, I think it's going to be There's no blue 6 attacks that I'm aware of that I don't already have. And that's on purpose. It's got to be on purpose. So, I'll be doing maybe that blue Primeval Bellow.
6, 12, 18.
I think that's right. Do you have Drone of Brutality somewhere?
You put it over there.
It's right here. I've got one of them. Okay, so I am going to do the Bellow over the Savage Swing. I think I just want to make sure I have, and if I have too much money, I'll swap it out and we'll play again.
Right?
And we'll tweak it until the curve is just right. I'm actually really digging. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, that's helpful. I'm digging Brute a lot, actually.
Yeah, he's cool.
And I've got everything back to organized already.
All right, I'm just throwing in some cards.
Excellent.
What could go wrong? I'm not
Just
throwing
like-
them in. I just have like choices to be made. But again, my number one method is get my hands dirty.
Yep. You're a dive-in person.
Get to the table.
I'm a dive-out. Can we dive out and think about this for 6 years before we play?
Yeah, that's definitely an archetype. Persona, as they say.
Insufferable.
I didn't want to say it.
Brandon, did you do something else on Twitter?
Oh no.
We saw the first one.
It keeps going. There's more of this. All right. Let's see. I'm definitely going to run these breaking scales. Attack reaction, destroy them. Target gains with combo gains +1.
Nice, very nice. Gotta always honor that, don't I?
Mm-hmm. Well, I have those things that if they hit, it's better for me.
Man, these shuffle are really nice. These are the katanas, right?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna check it out. Brandon's done something else, apparently.
Oh yeah, Vest of the First Fist.
It seems like it would fit the aesthetic, right?
Yeah. If I have an attack that hits, I can gain 2. It's like if I can't get one of my 4 attacks to hit, I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Some beep.
Started singing it, not knowing what it was. Don't continue singing.
Let's just get some iron rod.
I
legs
first
in
learned
here.
that on Lamb Chop. Remember Lamb Chop?
Yeah, absolutely. Weirdly,
My gosh.
like it's in there.
It's in there. I remember Lamb Chop got to have chocolate because she was sick. And then the other puppets were like, well, now we're sick because we want chocolate. And then it was a lesson in not faking it.
I think I'm gonna have too many resources.
Okay.
Prediction.
So you and I might swap.
So if I have too many resources, I'll drop some of my blues.
Man, yeah, that actually may be better. You'll not forget that soon. Our Twitter's on fire, everybody. You gotta go check it out.
It's a meme machine.
Man, look at that. Makes you realize how great the art is in this game.
When you put your face on it.
Yeah. You just realize how much better it looks in the art than you look in person.
To be fair, your cropped out head in a photo that's not a photo isn't gonna do you any
Oh,
favors.
come on.
Some
Yeah, Matt.
people
Remember Lamb Chop?
died of singing.
Brandon, you're on fire here. On fire.
Before long, you're gonna be on Lamb Chop.
Hello. All right, let's set this thing up.
I do feel like not playing. What's his name? What's the ninja's name?
Katsu?
Katsu. Not playing Katsu is gonna make it when I pull off the combo. I'm gonna
Do it
feel
the hard way.
I'm gonna feel like, oh yeah,
Oh yeah, got him.
got him.
Got him. I think it's funny, like right at the end of building all of these characters is when I finally starting to understand. That makes sense,
That's about right.
Yeah.
You actually have a full view of what's going on.
Yeah.
And you know what decks are capable of, what good damage curves even look like.
Yeah. Dash is bonkers.
Dash is bonkers.
I don't understand that.
Well, every game I've ever played, when someone can go faster than everyone else, not every game.
Usually usually they're great at first, and then people learn to beat them. That's what usually happens.
Or they go away. Like, you remember Han, right? It's like if you can just consistently move faster than everyone else, and they don't have a chance to react to you.
That is the thing. Dash is going to be the most consistent, right? 100%. Because you boost and you have all of your boost cards, etc.
We'll be right back.
All right, Derek says, just got my Iris starters and taught my daughter, but now I need to take ashes out of mothballs for her too. So torn. Awesome, Derek. Well, hey, that's a good decision to be making. Oh my gosh, Roswell, really? Just received my promo bundle from TC a few days ago and pulled a Heart of Fyendel. Thank you, TC. Great. I'm glad that we're we're truly making good on the untrue promise that I made, which is that we're actively choosing and sending the boxes that have all of those cards to customers. But that is our preferred, that's the way we'd like it to work, for sure. The universe is making it happen for us. Okay, so what I'm really looking for, now let's just go over it again. I'm probably looking for, like, you know, anything like this to be fine. The best version of the combo is going to be, oh, I've already got a drone in here. I see. I think it's going to be Barraging Beatdown into a Savage Feast here. And Crazy Brew would make it work. We could also use Lead the Charge, wherever those ended up. Lead the Charge here. Or potentially an Art of War could work here too. So I think the best version of it is Barraging Beatdown for +4 Intimidate, Lead the Charge to give the next one Go Again, play Savage Feast, discard a random card. We really want it to be probably Wrecker Romp blue would be the ideal, but any of the 6-cost cards would work. You know, your Smash Instincts or whatnot. It might just make your math a little bit worse. But really, honestly, this is it. This is the idea. This is the perfect hand. You play Savage Feast, you discard 6 cost, you generate the 3 resources to make sure that that happens. So in that case, you're right. I don't know why I'm saying you're right. Play Savage Feast, play the non-attack blue, generate your 3, Wrecker Romp is discarded, so you're out of hand. You've got a 6 damage attack, double Intimidate because of Rhinor's ability. So Intimidate for Beatdown, Savage Feast has Go Again, you Intimidate twice, you've got 6 + 4, you got a 10 damage attack, 2 cards are out of hand, then it hits, you draw a card, and you can draw into like a Sink Below and put it directly in Arsenal. That's a pretty good play. You could draw into something like a Scar for a Scar, which is a big one. So that's a free 4-cost attack. You could technically roll into a Drone of Brutality at the end there and get a 6 swing, which is really nice. Now, if you do Scar for a Scar, you can also swing with the club for 5. So that actually makes me want to go a little bit more into, in fact, I'm going to do it. I'm doing it.
What are you doing?
I'm going to go more into some of these 6-cost attacks that can end a chain for me. So we're going to do Drone of Brutality. We're going to probably drop these blue pummels, but we're going to instead include some of these that don't require a discard. Pack Hunt, not bad. It's a good 2-coster there. Can do that. We've got Breakneck discards, so we can't do that. Smash Instinct is 3, so we can't do that. You can see how they designed this. Oh my gosh.
Yep, it's good.
Somebody, you know, you
It's
go
good
into
design.
deck building and it's like, I
Well,
get it.
They actually have a value for variables, right? Like how much damage and resources are worth and defense is worth, and like they're at least the art of it is the ability on the card. What's that worth? Because it's not going to be as mathematical.
Mathematical. What are the other? Are there other 6-cost neutral attacks? There must be.
6 damage.
Yeah, 6
Yeah.
damage neutral attacks.
There's like Barraging Brawnhide.
Is that like just a neutral?
This is all neutral, but it's organized by card, not by color.
Okay. I'll take some.
You're just looking for 6 damage attacks?
Yes. 6 damage attacks that cost 2 or less. That's what I'm looking for.
It's a very specific pocket.
Yep. Not rifting. Not pummel. Nope. I don't think I got time for the slogs.
Cadaverous Contraband.
Yep, that's one that should be pulled.
You can put a non-attack action from your graveyard on top of your deck if it hits.
And it's a what?
2 cost, 6 damage.
Yes, that's what I need. Thank you. Oh, that's actually quite good for this deck.
There's Red Demolition Crew. 2 cost, 6 damage, has Dominate. As an initial cost to play it, reveal a card in your hand with a cost 2 or greater.
Can't do that one. I won't have any cards in my hand.
Regurgitating Slide. 2 cost.
No, not doing that one.
That's it.
Okay, cool. So we found the one, actually, which is amazing, right? I love deck building. Ah! It's so great. Okay. Then Cadaverous Contraband is in. Okay. Thank you. Pulling out the pummels. 2 for 6, and then the drone is also 2 for 6, so
Yep.
that's the same
It's
idea.
the money card.
Right, drone, Cadaverous. I actually understand what I'm trying to do. It's like the craziest feeling in the world. It's just the craziest feeling in the world, man. So you're telling me I actually have a plan? What?
We'll use the Force.
Okay, nailed it. Done. Make sure this actually works. 1, 2, 3, 4,
George
5,
says,
6,
crack some
7,
boxes
8,
and get
9,
this guy
10,
Command and
11,
Conquer.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Whatever that is. I bet you we have it.
2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, 40 cards. We did it, team. It happened. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Should I put my, I'll put my equipment opposite. That way we don't have the picture-in-picture to deal with.
We had Command and Conquer, but it's gone. It's a 2 cost, 6 damage attack that's red. Defense reactions can't be played to Command and Conquer's Chain Link. If Command and Conquer hits a hero, destroy all cards in their arsenal.
Oh my gosh, that's the perfect card.
Can't defense react to it.
Destroy arsenal. Oh my gosh, that actually sets this deck. That is exactly what Savage Feast into Command and Conquer like that. Oh my gosh. I'm so in. There's hidden little cards, man. Once you actually know what you're trying to do and you can look.
It
and
makes
say,
opening
like,
packs more exciting too. Because you know what you want.
Look at your unsleeved garbage. You want to sleeve that stuff?
That's too, wait, I don't want to sleeve
Come on,
them.
there's 4 of it.
Blue
Four
is not my
things.
vibe.
That's fine. It's just the equipment
No,
color.
I got him.
Okay, here you go.
All right. I'll go my other favorite color.
Enough shame will get you there. Okay, Gauntlet, Barkbone, Iron Rot Legs, Iron Rot Helm. I'm coming out of the woods rusty.
He's ready. Bonesaw's ready.
Nothing says ready like Iron Rot.
It's kind of terrifying. If you cut me, you might infect me.
This is the moment in all, after every deck building session that I live for. It's a moment of possibility. You feel that way?
Are you actually going to pull off your plan? That's the moment.
Yeah. If you actually can do it, it gets, yeah, quite good.
All comes down to this. You want to roll me a die and give me an even Steven? Even Steven.
Ooh, there's my bark
You want
bone
to hit me
roll
with
right there.
all my D6s?
Yeah.
Caleb, Blitz is the format we're playing. So Blitz is a 40-card deck, 2 copies of any card, full constructed. Normally you can have 3 of any card, and you build 80, and then you choose 20 to leave out when you actually see what your opponent's hero is. So this is kind of a more limited constructed, and it's been really great to switch into this after playing Draft and Sealed. All right, we're doing it.
We're really
The
doing
Ninja
it.
versus the Brute.
We're really doing it. How cool. We do like this? Is that what we decided?
Sounds good to me.
It's kind of my potion slot, though, you know?
Well, ninjas don't run potions.
Ninjas were all about potions.
It depends on which ninja you're talking about, I guess.
I will put it over here.
Now, what I will need is a really extensive combat chain. So we're going to do this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's my chain
Makes
zone.
sense.
So you're first.
4 cards. Isn't it amazing what you can do with 4 cards?
You can do more than you think.
Okay, and I get to roll, huh?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Lion Day. I appreciate it. He's rooting for Ira.
Well,
The champion of the people. The people's champion. Do you smell what Ira's cooking?
okay.
It's good stuff. This is a great game.
It's truly great. I agree with that.
George says Baby Ryan are going to crack some skulls.
All right, so we've got our first question mark. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Crazy Brew.
Nice.
I am actually moving this.
Caleb says this game already has a secondary market. I see you're selling what appears to be singles on your site. Yes, it has a secondary market, and the secondary market's crazy because Legend Story very much understands how to run a collectible game in the coolest way. So like, there's some super hard stuff to get that's at best mildly better and arguably not better than any of the other stuff, but like it's just really hard to get, and it's so cool.
Play the Crazy Brew. Put one in the arsenal.
All right. Mine?
Mm-hmm.
All right, first thing, let's go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's play.
Dude, you hit that Crazy Brew on a 5 or 6, it opens up some nuts turns.
Yeah, I had it that game that I defeated myself with it.
That's insane.
But it was like if I hit a 5 or a 6, I think I'd just go crazy on you that turn. All right, well, let's do this. Is that where I want to start? Yeah. Head jab. Yellow. 0 cost, 2 damage. It has to go again.
Mm-hmm.
Coming at you, bro.
Coming at you. So I kind of know, this is the thing, is this going to let me, I kind of know what I'm looking for now. It's amazing. What a powerful feeling.
To be intentional?
Yeah. Okay, a ninja, there's a bunch of different stuff that could happen. You could do all sorts of stuff.
Uh-huh.
But what's actually going to happen is we're going to do this. Sure. Block with a contraband. 2 defense.
Okay, stays
Any
there.
reactions?
No.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm going to play a... How many cards in hand?
I have 3 cards.
Okay. Let's pay 1 for Edge of Autumn. I have 1 left over. Can you hit me a d6 for my resource? 1 left over, and it's a 1 damage attack. It's +1 because I already hit me a red one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll need that consistently. So it is a +1, 2 damage coming at you.
2 damage coming at me, huh?
Yep. What up, Claire?
I'll pass defense. Any reactions there?
I'm good.
All right, I'll take 2.
Take 2. I have 1 resource floating, so I'll go ahead and play Torrent of Tempo, red. If it hits, it gains go again, 5 damage.
Mm-hmm. It's blocked for 6.
Okay, so you successfully block it. It doesn't gain go again. That's going to end my combat chain. These, I'll keep my sword. These go away. This goes to the bottom of my deck, and then I'll put this card in my arsenal. And draw back up. Your turn, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Pass the turn. Draw 3. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Over to you.
You just passed.
Yep.
Oh, because you use all your cards on defense. Welcome to the ninja. How does that work? Okay. Okay. Ooh, cool. Let's generate 2 resources, and I'll use my Edge of Autumn for my first attack. 1 damage coming at you.
1 damage, no defense.
Take it. You got it.
Reactions
are
yell
so
at me
good
if you
here.
have one, would you?
Yeah, I will. Next, I'll play Whirling Mist Blossom. Iris specialization. It costs me 1. If it hits and it's the 2nd or higher chain of the link, I draw 2 cards. It's also +1, so you got a 3 coming at you.
Gotta block it.
Gots to blocks it.
Ugh, but I don't want to, because I'm pretty much where I need to be. Devastation.
The ninja way.
But I don't want to give up my, how much is it? 3?
Mm-hmm.
If it hits, you get the stuff.
If it hits, I draw 2.
All right, 3 here.
Woo! Hot. Okay, you block it.
Okay. Battle worn.
And then let's play a red Fluster Fist. 0 cost, 4 damage.
No defense. Good.
Take 4. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. So these resolve. This goes back. This goes on there. Yeah, I drew both Whirling Mist Blossom, and I didn't have a way to afford it. Would have been crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna try this Crazy Brew. I think it actually it's so devastating because it opens up some super interesting turns, but also could be total mashed potatoes. You know what I mean? You feel me?
I mean, you might just take 2 damage.
I'm not gonna do it yet.
But if you hit, it's like you could just go crazy on me.
All right, so let's kick it off with a Barraging Beatdown. Next brute attack. If it's defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards, it gains +3.
You're about to go crazy on me.
So that's Intimidate. So banish a random card from your hand face down.
And I get this back?
You'll get it back at the end phase, yeah.
Just put it right here.
Okay. Then we will lead the charge. Next time, play an action
This is
card. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lead the charge yellow. Go again. And then we'll pay 1 for a Savage Swing. Generating it with that Art of War. Got 1 resource floating. So Savage Swing says discard a random card. It's Cadaver's Contraband for 6. Hits with the Intimidate.
You're doing exactly what we talked about.
I know. Feels good, yo.
Because this gets +1, right?
Yeah, that's now +1. So you've got a 6 damage attack coming at you.
Does it have go again?
It does have go again because of lead the charge. And if you defend with less than 2 non-equipment cards, that also is known as 1 non-equipment card, it gets +3.
I'm with you. So let's do this. And it has Dominate.
No.
So I could block with 2 if I really wanted it.
No Dominate. Yeah.
Let's... Now, here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
If I do a defense reaction, does that count as one of the 2?
I think that counts as defending with a card, yeah. You'll basically declare yes or no on defense, then the reactions, and if it's a defense reaction and it resolves, it slides into a defense slot, basically.
So I'll defend with a red, open the center.
Okay.
It's a 3, and then you get the first reaction.
I have no reactions.
I'll react. Blue Flick Flack. Ninja defense reaction, the next card I defend with this turn with combo in it gets +2. It's not going to matter. I'm just at a 5, and I need 2 cards to defend with.
Okay. So you got 5 to 6.
Yep.
So you take 1 damage.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. Do you mind if I back that up? How many would you do?
I would be doing 6 + 4 if you block with only 1.
So 10?
Mm-hmm. What's 10 anyway?
Let's actually not use this card.
Okay.
I'm not going to defend.
Cool, yeah.
I'm going to toss this in, though.
Okay.
So it's a 2.
So 10 minus 2, you take 8?
Yep.
All right. Take 8. Call me in the morning.
I got too distracted on what I could do to decide what I should do.
Now here's some big money plays. This is where things get weird. We're gonna destroy this. This is the wrong time for this, but I just, it's Blitz, right? We're just supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
So see if we can get some money. So we get 2 more money there. So that was destroying the bark bone strapping. And so I'm going to spin 2 to swing with a club for 5. That's my next.
Mm-hmm.
Start punching.
Mm-hmm. I will take it.
All right, take it. You must have some good money coming up. That's scary.
I don't like that you're taking this. All right.
Oh, I'm at 7. That's fine.
These come
It's
back?
Like, what? Yeah. Now, see, what needed to happen there, that was a variation of it. But what I needed was, instead of Savage Swing, was the one that draws me a card. And so then I'm moving 1 card up. So then I could potentially Crazy Brew and or the resources to play another attack and then still swing with the club. So that is pretty cool. Oh, and I had Scar for a Scar on top. Oh my gosh, so it would have been right. It would have drawn right into that Scar for another 4. Ooh! I love this game now.
You did it. And with Reinar,
figured it out.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's start with that beautiful, beautiful foil exclusive Scar for a Scar. Pull it up. Hit the air horn.
Hit the jets here.
0 cost for 4. I have less life than you, so it gains go again. Now you know why I wanted to get punched.
Yeah, right. Okay. I think I'm going to Crazy Brew next turn.
You gonna do what I did? Take the Crazy Brew to get out of here?
See ya.
Tip it all the way back.
I won't defend. No reactions. You got one?
You got to take 4.
Done.
All right. Mine?
Still.
Red, Scar for a Scar. That's why I was like, wait a second. I actually want to have a lot less health right now. It's also at +1 because of Ira's ability, so now it's a 5 damage, 0 cost, Scar for a Scar with go again because I have less life when I play it.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand there.
Oh, yeah.
And you got no money currently, yeah?
No money currently.
But you could pop the vest.
If I hit, I get 2. Yeah, although if that was critical, I probably would have done that. Or I'm just really bad at this game. I'll let you decide.
You decide. Okay.
Nick, if that's true, then the exclusive promo is working. He says, I want to pre-order more boxes just to get more of those promos.
Yes. So should we then... So what could be in your hand? Average play, you're going to pitch something, swing for a couple with Edge of Autumn, or one with Edge of Autumn, and then put one in your arsenal. If you got a Bugatti turn, you don't have a combo you're working on. So there's nothing terribly Bugatti that can come out of this. I'm going to take that as... I'm going to block for 3. Take 2 if you'd like.
Okay. Okay, I'll hit for 2.
Yeah?
And then I have to make a decision.
That may have been wrong. It's fine. The balance is so tight, you can tell. Take 2.
Yeah, I'm good. Then, for my next trick, I'm going to use Edge of Autumn, pay for it, I have 2 left.
Oh, you almost used that Razor Reflex, didn't you?
Well, I could have popped this to be able to play it and still be able to play the other card, but I had other plans.
Playing it cool. 1 damage?
Yeah.
No defense. Take 1.
All right, then I'll play a 2-cost, open the center, red, 5 damage. It's blank because I'm not comboing out, but it's just a 5.
All right, we'll throw the helmet in there. So take 4.
I can react here for +1 on the table.
So then I would be at 1 health?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I don't think there's a lot I can do about that. That's fine. I'll take all that. Down to 1.
I'll leave you at 2.
Okay.
I should know if you being at 1 mattered to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because
Crazy Brew
it has
kills me
the
anyway.
+1 armor, so I'll save that. All right.
We'll save it. Okay, 2 to 7. Here we go.
See if El Steve Reno can
Get in there.
swing back now.
Scar for a scar.
That old thing?
That old thing.
Well, use it while you got it.
Use it while you got it. That's right.
Let's block.
We are charging subscriptions this week.
Yeah, it'll be.
So
into this
anybody on
week.
the fence, you need to jump in.
Block for 4.
All right, you got it.
Give
Scar
me
for a scar.
2 dice. Hey, that looks familiar.
Yeah.
So good, right?
Scar for a scar on you.
I scar, you scar, we scar. Four, you say.
Mm-hmm.
Let's block for 3.
Okay. Take your 1. Now, here's the question. You got 2 cards in hand?
Dose.
So I can pitch and attack for 4. Or I can play. Boy, this is where you become a pro or not, you know? This is the question.
Quimbley says he's definitely going to crazy brew his death.
I definitely is going to happen, yes. I completely agree with that.
I love that card.
Now, if I hit you and you go, and I hit you for 4, you're at 2. So Scar for a Scar is turned off. You have 2 cards in hand. Man. I'm just going to have to rely on that crazy brew, I think. Oh, I don't like this. I'm going to pitch Time Snap. So I could have played Time Snap here, so we'll have to think about whether or not that was the right thing. But pay 2 to swing with the club.
For 4?
Yeah. Blitz is so good just to give you an indicator of whether or not what you've put together is going to do. Because you can do it generally once per game. You get to do the the thing that you designed it to do. And I kind of did that. One of the cards was off. But I saw it and it was like, well, okay, that's nice. That's pretty good. Can you do it with 2 cards? You might be able to. If you can get a... That's why that Dominate one's so good. If you can get Dominate 7.
Yeah.
Does that open the center? That was the last turn. David Dukes, what appliance are we talking about today?
Let's just let's block for 3.
All right, take one. Question here, Joe Terry. If I order the Fab Booster Box sub at quantity times 3, I would get the 3 on or a bit after release. So you would get 3 boxes. We ship them about like where they should get to you on release day, depending on your location. We stagger our shipping based on USPS estimates. But sometimes it's 1 day late. On the worst case scenario, it doesn't get to you by Saturday or Sunday, and it gets delayed until Monday. But most of the time it's there on release. If any delays occur, it's usually locally at the USPS office. COVID has made it a bit difficult to predict, but yeah, you got it. You'll get 3 boxes.
Put a card in my arsenal. Your turn.
All right. Oh, wait, I gotta draw my hand at the end of my turn.
Where were you?
Okay, who's laughing now? 1.
Where were you?
3, 4.
Matt says, speaking of appliances, did you guys end up checking whether or not you got the same fridge? I've been curious since yesterday.
We didn't. Not.
But I did send Steven a picture, and he also thought it was funny. How
I thought it was hilarious.
Isn't it funny, that slot where the fridge goes, and it just looks, it's very funny.
Yeah, yeah.
It'd be like if you saw someone with like a pair of shoes on that's like 10 sizes too big for them. That's what it reminds me of.
Okay. Well, Zach, I've got to brew it, man. I've got to go with the brew.
So you could, the brew is going to lead to so many just like memorable moments where it was either devastatingly just lost, but it's the Hail Mary card of all Hail Mary cards.
You're not wrong. Actually, you know, okay, so I can do, basically, this is my question. I can do the Hail Mary right now with the brew, or I can do the safe play. I'm going to play it safe. Okay? Hip to that?
I'm hip.
Okay. All right, so let's start out.
Ben says chug chug.
No, I'm just going to... I can't do it. But it's 2 out of 3 that I'm fine. On a 3 to 4, I do the safe bet, but I just have 2 more health. On a 5 or a 6, I'm looking very good.
5 or 6, you probably win. 1 or 2, you definitely lose. And a 3 or 4, you're just mildly in a better position.
1 or 2, I'm dead.
But it's like, you know, it's
66% chance at
we've been dealing with these kind of odds because of the pandemic, which is like if there's a greater than 0 chance of just losing, what do you do about that? But I'm the kind of player that would do it.
Yeah, you would do it.
In a game.
You would do it.
Not with my actual life.
I'm going to roll it, and if it's a 1 or 2, I can just do the safe thing out of my hand and pretend it never happened.
That removes all tension.
All right, it's a 4. That's the average result. Gain 2 health, go again.
I like that it's so intense that you actually can't just live with whatever the result is. It's kind of clear, I guess, over here.
Okay, Barraging Beatdown. Next attack is +3 and Intimidate, if you would, please.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right. Now we've got to do the non-good piece of this. Okay. Then we'll do a Savage Feast, 6 damage attack. And I'll generate resources here for 3. So I've got 2 floating. And I'll have to discard this Barraging Beatdown, unfortunately, for the card itself.
So you're saying for how many?
It's not Intimidate, nothing fancy. It's just 6, and if you block with less than 2 cards, it's going to be a 9 damage attack.
It doesn't have Dominate, though.
It does not have Dominate.
So I have to block with 2.
You have to block with 2. Yeah.
You're forcing me.
Unless you can block with 1 that would not kill you, which is possible, I suppose. If it go again, that'd be sick, because then you can swing with a club for 4 afterwards. That's right, Tom.
All right.
D6, that's average, right in the middle.
Block for 6.
Oh, you did it. All right.
Gots to.
You got me.
This goes back to my hand. Thank you very much.
It does. Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. Let me draw my cards.
It's time to party.
Get that combo going.
Combo breaker. Ready?
Yeah.
Yellow head jab. It's a 0 cost, 2 damage attack.
That seems important. Are you going to do that dominate thing? It doesn't have to have hit for that to work, right?
Nope. Dominate seems good.
Man, it's good.
I sure would take some dominate right now.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what this does. Okay. So then we do this. Oof. Oh, it's, man, I'm on the edge of my seat here. How? This is the problem, though. Don't you see?
I still think heart rate monitors would be fantastic.
Oh, it'd be
for
so
this
much
thing.
fun, yeah.
See a little.
It'd be so
in the
much
corner.
fun. Okay.
Van calling it. Here comes open the center.
I know. That's the dominate one, isn't it?
Yeah. That's Hulk Hogan doing this.
And so that goes up to 7. So my best is 7. So if all of my things are 3, it doesn't matter anyway. So let's try it. Block for 2.
So you're blocking for 2 against my 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's play an attack reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Ancestral Empowerment Red. 0 cost, target ninja attack gets +1.
You did it. You need to
And
pop
then
that vest, don't
And
you?
then I get to draw a card.
Why'd this go to 4? Right?
Should be a +1, sorry.
3?
Now I can keep playing cards, right? Reactions, technically? Like this resolves and we get another chance to
Yeah, I think so.
play
Yeah,
back into the window.
Once we whip past, it resolves, and then you can react again.
Okay. Well, let's play another one.
That seems good, yeah.
+1. Draw a card. That's what I drew. Okay, cool.
Can't hate that.
Ooh, nice. Cool. And then, let me do my math. 2.
Quit punching already.
I'm going to go ahead and break this. Make it +1.
Yeah, I can't do it. I got no reaction, so you just chain out as much as you
5
want.
hitting you.
-2. Take 3.
Take 3, and then now is the money moment.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and break the vest
Yeah.
to get my resources. Let's pay 1.
Got a block.
Edge bottom for 2.
Block with 3.
Got it. You're good.
Guess we'll leave that here if you want.
Then I'm going to play Nimbleism.
Mm-hmm.
0 cost, the next attack action gets the cost 1 or less, gets +3.
Mm.
These clear, right? Technically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. At that point, the chain is done.
My sword stays. And then so next is +3. Then I'll play
Boom.
Salt the Wound. It's a 2 +3 makes it a 5. And it gains +1 for every attack that hit this combat chain. Oh.
It cleared.
Mm.
Right? It would clear,
Mhm.
I think. Yeah. Somebody in chat might correct us. Okay, so I've got a block with 6 to that 5.
You got
right?
it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, come on. I need those cards to come up Millhouse here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll pass to you, of course. And you're back.
Mm.
You're in the driver's seat.
And it's bad. You have 1 health. That's really bad. for
It's
you.
bad.
All right, let's go. Blue head jab for 1. Block it. Just try to swing it. Punch you in the face.
3.
Then we'll go red head jab for 4. It's +1.
6.
Ira.
This is when you're at your best.
Then I'll.
You got it. You got it 1,000.
All right, I'll pay 1.
Pay 1 and do the
here
sword?
for 1 with
I like
edge
that.
bottom.
That was good. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's
Yeah,
do it
I
again.
agree.
That felt good. That felt roll good.
This game is great.
I know, it finally hit. It hit for me in the way that I can really appreciate
It's because you know what you're doing.
what I'm doing wrong and right.
Yeah.
And like it played out exactly as it was supposed to.
Whew. Dude, these quick IRA attacks.
I know, right? This is
Hot
great.
dang.
Also, just being able to work through a game in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, and know what we're doing.
It's like, okay, yeah, got
I
it.
also feel like I legitimately was just like, probably the lowest interest to me was Ninja.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually thoroughly enjoy this. I think I needed IRA to hit. I don't know why.
Ira's cool. Ira's really cool. That was fun. I like it. I like Ira just consistent pressure. It's like a mix between Dorinthia and Katsu.
Yeah. It's not as itty bitty as Katsu's attacks, but it's not as like powerful as Dorinthia. But I agree with you.
Quimbley, this is by far the best TCG I've played, and I hope the hype remains after COVID.
Honestly, the fact that there's as much hype as there is during COVID
It's a good sign.
is that's very strong. And you can imagine, I think there's going to be, we talked about this on the podcast a little bit early on, but it's like, I think coming out of isolation, particularly in the States, there are going to be some big winners and losers in tabletop.
Yeah.
Like,
All
because
industries are dealing with
there's going to be
this.
a lot of excitement coming out of isolation. And when that happens,
Evens.
the games that do well in that moment, because there's going to be a lot of competition for attention right then, are going to probably be very well off.
Nice. All right, your favorite and mine. All right, I'm going to start by playing the old Crazy Brew and putting one in the arsenal. And then draw two.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Madness? Dude, this is bonks towns.
Bonkers?
It's bonks towns.
This thing is bonkers.
It's crazy, actually. I'm going to go on record as saying bonks towns. All right, first thing we'll do. We'll open with an open to center as a resource to Edge of Autumn for 1.
Does it need to hit? Like, how important is it for you that hits?
I'll be candid with you.
Should I iron rod it or not?
I'm swinging with this primarily to get the +1 on my next attack.
Yeah. But this could also open up a vest, if you're dealing with it.
Certainly could. I mean, but like,
Yeah.
it's turn 1. Like if I go
I'll take
crazy
one,
on
I'll
turn
take
1,
one,
it's
I'll
fine.
take one. I'll take one.
All right. Then I'll do a red head jab for 4. It's +1. I wanted that +1. That's what I was talking about. Getting those 3s to 4 on a 0 cost go again attack is bonks towns.
No defense, attack reactions. When your opponent says that, they're up to something.
I only pay 1, so I have 2 hanging out. No.
got one.
I'm at 4. Go ahead.
Sink below, 4.
Red.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you
Get the
block it.
resolve.
You get to your stuff. Yeah.
All right, let me put one from the bottom. And draw a card.
Okay.
Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Mine.
Yes.
I'll pay 2 for a yellow. Open the center combo. If head jab was the last attack this combat chain, open the center gets +1. Go again and dominate.
Okay, so this is where I can use my my
Armor bits.
suits if I want. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's currently a 5.
Yep.
All right, give me just a second.
You're good. We're hanging. You hear that rain?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love rain.
I love lamp.
I love lamp. Nailed it.
Okay.
Don't you love when chat just randomly logs you out?
It's awesome. It's my favorite thing. Yeah.
You guys can't feel the sarcasm. I hope it's obvious now.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna go ahead. I feel like the equipment's really good for like blocking the ones that could turn into your explosive kind of moments.
Yeah. It's also really good just for when I hit you with a 4.
Mm-hmm.
and there's going to be, like that card you saw earlier, if it hits, I draw 2. Like, that's the most important thing to stop. The Whirling Mist Blossom.
All right, so I'm going to block with officially nothing. Take 5?
Take 5.
It's a good jazz standard also.
All right, gains go again. Put that in my arsenal.
Okay. All right, let's see if this works. Start with lead the charge. Next thing gets go again. Then we'll play a Yellow Savage Feast. And I need to pay 1 for that, so I'll pitch a Barraging Beatdown, leaving me with 2 resources. Discard a random card, it's 6 or higher. So that means that Reinar's Intimidate is going to trigger. The club is going to get +1, and I'm going to draw a card.
Van says, so tell us you're working on some TC tokens for Flesh and Blood. It's on the short list. We had a queue that we're working through. I want it.
Very nice. Okay, so you've got a 5 damage attack coming in with go again.
I am not going to put anything in.
Okay. No attacks. No reactions.
Reaction. Red Flick Flack. If the next card I defend with this turn is a card with combo in its title or in the text, it gains +2 defense.
Pass.
Block him for 4.
All right, take 1.
Don't mind me. Oh my goodness. It just got worse somehow.
All right. Then I'll pay 2, swing of the club for 5.
Mm-hmm. So let's bring out a combo piece.
Combo breaker. Nice.
Block for 5.
Nailed it. Block on. All right, Barraging Beatdown goes under, and this in the arsenal.
I get it. I really get it.
And then pass it over to you.
I'm about to sneeze.
Uh-oh. Ah!
It's a long, a very built-up sneeze. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Red, Nimblism. The next attack action card with a cost of 1 or less I play this turn gains +3. Don't mind me.
Don't mind me, +3.
I'll play Salt in the Wound, yellow. 0 cost. It normally has a 2. It's +3. Nope, wrong card. Don't mind me. What happened to the card I wanted?
Did you pay for this? Just kidding.
It cost 0, dude.
Did you pitch it? Open the center?
I don't know. I thought I had a different card in my hand.
I did that literally the last game. I thought that was the draw win. And I was like, I get the combo.
Let's just back it up. Great. Just mistakes everywhere. All right, let's generate resources and hit you for 1 with my Edge of Autumn.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I'll Bark Bone Strap that.
Okay. Then I'll Nimblism. Then I'll play Salt in the Wound for 5. 6 because of Ire's ability.
Okay, because Nimblism is +3.
Yeah.
And that clears this chain, technically.
Yeah.
So there's nothing in the chain for it to get its ability.
You got it.
All right, so it's a 6 damage attack.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what my turn looks like. So I feel like this is what I really want to do. Okay. This. Won't this be awesome when I don't have to do this anymore?
When you just know.
Mm-hmm. You just know.
Yeah, you know what? If you don't mind, I'm going to
don't
do
mind.
something way better because I'm at 6. So instead of playing Nimblism, it gets +1 here, and I didn't hit the first attack. There it is. I got it. We're good. You
Can you just lead with Nimblism? You thought about doing
You
that?
blocked my first hit, so that's fine.
All you have to do is Nimblism, Sword, then Salt the Wound, right? You get +1. Right?
Is that how that works?
Yeah, the next attack action
Yeah.
card.
Okay.
That would stay forever.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So, Nimblism, Sword, I assume you block it.
Block for 1, yeah.
And then Salt in the Wound, so now it's actually
Now it's a 7.
7. That's way better. Okay, so you can play things that boost your event, then do things that aren't the event, but as long as you get to keep going, it'll eventually tag the event.
Eventually. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I know what I'm going to do. Believe it or not. Okay. We're going to do here, block for 2.
Okay.
And so take 6 minus 2, or 7 minus 2?
7 minus 2.
7 minus 2, 5. And then drone goes to the bottom when it would go to my graveyard. Okay. I love Amadeus, Jason. It's my absolute favorite. Slam Dunk, no, that's actually happening remotely. The cards that are popping up. It's happening from Bristow, Oklahoma, if you can believe it.
All the way from Bristol.
All the way from Bristow. Scar for scar.
Why you do this? For 4?
Take some damage already, would
I'll
you?
take it.
All right.
Just so I can have less dice on the table.
That's right. Yeah, that's what that's about. Yeah.
That's technically on the chain still, if it matters.
That's true. It doesn't matter, but we'll keep it clean. All right, 2 for Wrecker Romp. These are my resources.
Is that 7?
Yeah, Pitch and Awakening Bellow.
What?
So
What's
I got
it
one
say?
left over. And then I'll pitch Cadaverous for the random discard. So that's 1 Intimidate coming at you.
Grabby, grabby. Okay. And how many are you swinging for?
I am swinging for 7.
Huh.
This time it gets +1. Guess I want to pop that Crazy Brew and go for it.
Or you could pop the strap, right?
I could pop the strap, yeah. Try to get an extra swing for 5.
Seems reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take 7. No, let's do this. Aha! I'll take 5. Nope, I want to take 7.
You got Scar for a Scar.
No, I'll take 7. 5,
All right.
6, 7. I'm at 8 to your 9. Perfect.
Okay. Now you could pop the Crazy Brew and go under so you don't get Scar for a Scar, you know? So that's
But if you pop the Crazy Brew, you're going to do more damage to me, right?
Well, if I hit the 1 or the 2, you don't get Scar for a Scar.
Oh, yeah.
If I hit the 3 or 4, it's fine. If I hit the 5 or 6,
I think now is the time.
it's not a bad time to do it.
And then you know where your health's at. Because once I get you down to 3 or 4, you're never going to use it like normal.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But if you hit that 5 or 6, man, 4. Gain 2.
Gain some money. Gain some life, rather. And then...
You gain 2 life. Okay. I was
And
like,
then I can hit the Bark Bone to potentially get a swing for 5 or not. How many cards in your hand?
3.
3.
Or 4.
And you're
I'll
about
have
to
4.
get 1 extra. I feel like that at least gets 1 out. But that's also a lot of cash. Cashing that in pretty heavily. Let's do it. All right, gaining 2.
Did you use your action on Brew?
Oh, it's an action. Yeah, it's an action. I can't do that at all. Going away. Don't have go again. All right, so we'll just leave it there. Everything done.
All right.
And then it passes over to you. I always think those potions are instants. Oh no, yeah.
Some of them are.
Well, I have to do it. I have to do it first. In my head, it doesn't cost an action because it all has to go again.
Yeah.
But that's why you got to do it first.
Oh, dude, you just did it first.
Nah, no, I wouldn't have though. I wouldn't have because I would only pop it knowing that you went under the. Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta
That's
keep
fair.
it clean around
Fair-
here.
fair-
Keep
fair
it clean
game,
around
man.
here. I gotta keep it clean. Keep it clean.
All right, so I get 1 shot at this.
Uh-oh.
Let's go Red Scar for a Scar.
Yeah.
Classic. I love that card. That's crazy.
We got it as a promo,
dude,
man.
I'm so happy that I love Ira and that I love that card. It's just pure aggression.
I've blocked with these, yeah. Let's go 3 and a gauntlet for 4.
Okay. Block it. I get to go again. Let's pay 1.
Pay him.
Pay him. Oh, wait, actually, you blocked it all.
I blocked it all. It's gone.
Fool.
You got things that make that bad?
Fly, you fool. I mean, I have something that is good, yes. Yes. Yeah. I'll generate, I'm going to play a yellow life for a life. It costs me 1. And if a life for a life hits, I gain a life. When I play it, if I have less health than you, it gains go again. It also has +1 from Ira, so it's coming at you for 4.
4 damage attack, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And if it hits, you gain 1?
Mm-hmm. Brandon, I love potions. It's the kind of crazy I'm into.
Don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like it. Okay. 3. Blocking 1 damage.
Take 1.
Take
Gain 1.
Or blocking 3, taking 1.
Let's go, Ira. I'll save that. Then I will spend 1 on Red Pounding Gale. It's blank, but it's a 5.
Just 5 damage?
It's a combo piece, but I didn't have the combo.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to get down that low. I don't quite know when to use the equipment yet. You'll have nothing in Arsenal?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I'll slap both.
Okay.
Take 3.
You got it. Clears.
Don't get to draw. It's on my turn.
That's not how that works.
All right. Let's leave with my own scar for a scar. Scars everywhere.
Scar.
What's the difference between that and life for a life? Life costs 1?
Life costs 1,
Okay.
and then if you hit, you gain 1.
Yeah.
For 4, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Take it?
Taking 4.
Just in case you have another scar for a scar, or anything else that has to go again based on having less life than me.
I think I'm going to slap the brew.
Slap at the base, man.
Slap
of the Slap of the brew. Base.
Slap of the brew. I'm brewing. It's a 3.
Seems like that's the only thing you can get.
Yeah. Gain 2 life. Go again.
It's not bad.
Time snap.
Oh, nice. But now my scars are turned on.
I know. Everyone's scars are turned on.
Scar. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's dance. Scar. Red scar for a scar. For 4.
I don't want to just take that. My arsenal needs to get filled. Dang it.
I like Ira approximately 10 times more than I thought I would like Ninja. Rough math.
Rough math.
10 to 10.3 times as much.
Okay, so let's see what this actually looks like. Oh, I hate it. You're swinging for what, 4?
Yep.
No blocks. Any reactions?
Nope, just a 4. coming at you. Ready for me to continue this train
Sure.
of pain?
Pain train.
Red head jab, +1. It's a 4. And go again.
Mm-hmm.
Reds with 4s with go again are the jam.
Block for 3.
That's what I live for. Okay. Then for my next trick, let's send a 1 at you.
Taking 1. Maybe. Yeah, I'll take 1.
And let's go again. Then I'll pay 1 for a red torrent of tempo. If it hits, I get go again.
It's a 5-er.
It's a 5. I also can make it a 6.
Okay. Let's see what the best idea is here.
Ryan Roper, you should put that on a shirt. 66% of the time, Crazy Brew works every time. Also, look at the art on Torrent of Tempo. That's phenomenal. Have you really just appreciated that?
There's a lot going on there.
Well, she's so fast, she's in 3 places.
Whoa.
It's great. It feels like she's that fast right now.
All right, we'll block for 6.
You got it.
Good. All right. Throw this in the arsenal and back to you.
So 2 turns, you play the time snap and have an arsenal now.
Yeah, but I'm afraid, I mean, you get at least probably 3 attacks, so this is a problem. Or you could not attack at all.
Oh, I'm gonna attack. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. We'll start with Edge of Autumn.
Mm-hmm. For 1, this is the bad. So you can't be in this situation against Ninja.
1 is not the dream.
And yet, all right, block for 2.
Okay. Then I'm gonna pay 1 for Whirling Mist Blossom. It's a 2 with go again. If it hits, I draw 2 cards, and it's got +1 because of Ira, and it's a ninja action. So technically, I could. It doesn't have combo, so I can't. It's just a 3.
All right, block for 3.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and use my instant, destroy Hope Merchant's Hood, shuffle a number of cards from my hand into my deck, then draw that many cards.
So draw that mashed potatoes, would you?
Could be. I need anything.
You really just can't get to 1. It's hard because you can't get to 1 against Ninja.
Drawn 2.
Yeah, I think you lose if you get to 1, which is a bummer.
Okay, let's play. We'll see. Yellow Fluster Fist. It's blank. It's a 3 damage ninja attack.
All right.
I will have reactions.
See what this is. Yeah, that's not what I want down there. Okay. So I've got a block for at least 4 because it's got combo.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 6.
Okay. I'm going to play Ancestral Empowerment to give +1 and draw a card.
Keep chaining.
So now it's at 4. I could make it a 5, which won't matter. You got it.
All right.
And this will go in my arsenal. I can almost taste it.
Yeah, I think I just got to pass it over.
Should have seen that coming.
It's genius play.
Genius. All right, let's generate resources and hit you for 1 with the
Block
old
for
Edge
3.
of Autumn. All right.
Yeah, this might actually matter. Block for 3.
Okay. Let's play Torrent of Tempo. It's a 6 because it gets +1 from Ira. Torrent of Tempo red, and if it hits again, go again.
Block for 6.
It fails. So end a run.
Ugh, I really need this out of my hand. Out of my arsenal. This arsenal is garbage. I can try. So I'm going to try on the bark bone. See if I can hit 2 money or not. So that's 2, right?
2.5 rounded down is 2.
2, yeah. Okay. So let's do, well, do I do time snap first? No, because I won't have the money. All right, so let's spend 2 on Wrecker Romp from the arsenal. Additional cost, discard a Wrecker Romp at 6. So we'll hit you with Intimidate. And then you got 6 coming at you.
6, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go. That's not how that works. Let's do this. 1, 2, 2.
Didn't you use this already?
I think that was last game, right? I thought about using it, and then I said, no, I don't, because I wanted less health so I could life
Right
for
on.
life. You know?
You take
2.
6 minus 2.
I'll react here.
Plus
4. Make it 4.
All right, you got it.
2.
Yeah. Take 2 and call me in the morning.
I feel like the pressure Ira puts on people is, or Ninja in general, is obnoxious. This goes back to my hand?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, let's see what we can do.
Oh, wow. You better get it done. Boy.
Boy! All right, swing for 1 with Edge of Autumn.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Block for 3.
Okay. Let's go yellow Fluster Fist for 4. Because Ira.
No defense. Got any reactions? Is it a combo? It is a combo, so you could technically. I've got a block all in on that. So I'm going to do this. And then sink below for 6. I can put a card on the bottom if I do draw a card. Well, this is my only out. I won't last another 5 turns, I don't reckon. How many cards you got? 2?
Yep.
So I probably, let's see, any more sink belows in here? Yeah, I had one early. So, is there any card that would defend better than what's in my hand? No, I will not trigger sink below.
Okay, you block it. My turn ends.
We'll
put this under.
Okay, throw this in the arsenal and draw 4. Give me that chance.
All right, mine.
Uh-oh. Not good. I don't see a lot of blocky icons. Yeah, Nick, I technically should have done that, yes. But.
All right. Let's go Edge of Autumn for 1.
Cool.
Got him.
Okay. Blocking with. Okay. Cool. Okay. I get it. Well, block. Yeah, block for 3, because I gotta. Cool.
Let's go red Fluster Fist. It's a 4/1 because of Ira being Ira.
5. So unfortunately, I've got to do all sorts of nonsense here. Okay. Till you may defend with attack action cards from your arsenal. Okay, that's not going to help. Attack action cards go +1. All right, so I've got to play. I'm going to play Art of War as an instant. So I'll generate 3 money for that. So I've got 2 coming in. Attack action cards are going to get +1 defense this turn, and I'm going to banish an attack action card to draw 2. So hopefully they're both attack action cards, and they are. Doesn't really matter because you're swinging for 4, 5, potentially 6.
Yep.
All right, so here's a 4, and I guess it's got to be a 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm defending with 8.
That's actually exactly what you needed, and you didn't precisely necessarily know that that's what you needed.
plus
See,
something else.
you block it. Yeah, I have this plus in-hand cards. That
All right, we
so
did it.
You avoided your demise.
I would have liked to use this on the defense, huh?
On the offense?
On the offense, yeah.
But, you know, as Sansa would say, the best offense is
Getting
winning.
this brute spiral is devastating because I have to have 2 cards to do anything. So I think this is just like, I'm just going to time out here. Unless you draw into a hand that's like can't attack 2 times, which I don't think is even possible.
It would take work.
It would take a lot. And I've got all these time snaps on the bottom here too. Okay, over to you.
All right.
But hey, it's possible, right?
All right. Head jab for 2. Yellow.
Head jab for 2. Let's block it with a 3.
Meh. Okay.
I might need those money potions.
Okay, so you block the 2. Do you have any reactions? I doubt it.
No, I do not. Pass. See ya.
Open the center red. Cost me 2. Produce 2. If head jab was the last attack, which it was, it gets +1. So it's technically a +2 right now because of her ability. Go again and dominate.
You got it.
Whoosh.
That'll do it. That little combo ends the game. Head jab, open the center. I'm going to do it one more time.
Yep, I'm in.
Give me one more. I'm feeling frisky.
We're at the moment where you understand it enough where it's not a mental burden anymore.
Yeah, dude. We're just churning.
And then that lets you play enough that you can actually start to get proficient at what you're doing.
I might actually need the money more than I need the
You make change?
the time snap. Yeah, do we have the money potion over the time snap potion?
What is the money potion called? Burning energy, amber, fire.
Whatever it is.
It's in one of your decks.
Yeah. Energy potions? Is that Azalea probably? That was the first one that I cared about.
Visceray. Dash.
Bravo.
Okay, now. It's probably, nope, Doranthea. Where is this alien?
She's gone. Oops. She may actually, Doranthea may have had some in there.
Here she is.
If I remember. I think here's an energy pot. Yeah, there they are. I got them. Doranthea, go! Because the energy potion, if it's out, I can at least do a swing with the club and potentially turn that around. So we're going to try that.
The Ira pressure is real.
It's real.
With
yeah.
the life for a life and scar for a scar and the 0 cost, go again. It's just like.
I think Ninja, and I've seen this just from conversations, it's one that you really have to know how to play against it to do well, which I understand, right? Like when to use your equipment, when not to use your equipment. Making sure that you always, I mean, I think you only use the equipment to block the one jabs, because you have to get to the point where you're not wasting your 3 block out of hand on a 1. You got to be able to use this and then drop 1 out of hand and then have at least 1 card, I think.
Do you want me to go first this time?
Oh, sure.
See what that looks like for you.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dun, 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 dun.
All right. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go for it.
Yep.
Yellow head jab for 2.
Yellow head jab for 2. Okay, so this is going to be a thing. This is going to be a thing.
This is where it says we're getting game 3. Awesome.
That's right.
Yeah, once we get, I mean, can you imagine like in another month of this? Like, we're going to be jamming games.
I want to jam it with you.
And then it's booster pack time.
And I hope.
All these booster packs are burning a hole in my box.
That's
here.
right. All right, so my turn is going to be
How's everyone doing out there?
this.
People that are with us
this,
have been with us a while on this stream.
This. Okay, so either of these is fine. Because I'm just going to mix the money. Okay, that's a 2 coming in.
2. I love that Ira's on like all of his art too.
I'll take it.
Okay.
You got any pumps?
Nope. Pump you up. Head jab blue for 2.
Wait, hold on. I get to draw. I forgot that. So I'll block that for 3.
Head jab 2. It's a blue head jab.
Block that for 3.
Red fluster fist. It's a 4.
Block that for 3.
You got it.
It's a fun mulligan.
It's basically like I had this card I wanted in Arsenal, and the other cards it's like I either just pass, but I may as well like get rid of your cards because I feel like you were about to run out of cards last game. So one of these times I'm going to put enough pressure on you to get that going.
You correct. Visceray. All right, let's lead with, Savage Feast. Cost me 1. I'll generate 3 resources. So I'll have 2 remaining. And I will discard a random card from hand. It's 6 attack or more. +1 on the thing. Intimidate triggers. It's always
You haven't done that very often.
And then draw a card.
Hidden for 6, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Vukuray. Got him.
That's right.
I'll take it.
Okay, take 6.
I want to get this big ugly die out of
You
here.
got scar for scar.
All day, every day. It's either scar or life. I mean, it's just there.
All right, I don't have a go again, so I'll throw that into the arsenal and roll on to the next turn. Draw on 3. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do it. Red, foil, head jab, 0 for 3.
0 for 3.
0 for 3.
Okay, let me make sure I know what I'm doing here.
Vukuray. Jason, how did you know my life philosophy? Strike hard, strike first, no mercy.
Block for 3.
Okay, okay. Next, for my next trick,
Next.
red open the center. It's a 5/6, and it's following a head jab, so it's a 7 with dominate and go again.
Dominating. Okay.
Hooray.
Block for 3. Take 3.
It's a 7.
Take 4.
I'll trigger vest to get your resources.
There we go.
Let's pay 1 for a life, yellow. It's a 3, and if it hits, I gain a life. And then I get to go again because I have less health than you. Okay.
3, and if it hits, you're currently at 14 to my 15.
Mm-hmm.
Turn off some cards there. Let's see, what would this do? So boom, boom, boom. I'll take it.
Okay, I'll gain 1. And then I will spend my resource to swing Edge of Autumn at you. Has go again.
1 on the Iron Rod. Actually, I've done the Bark Bone here.
Then I'll pass.
All right.
We're moving.
Yeah, we're grooving now. Okay, let's do Drone of Brutality for 2, generate 3, 1 left over. Drone of Brutality red.
For 6?
For 6.
If do you have anything on the board that says if you hit, trigger
Nope.
something?
Not a thing.
I won't play any cards in.
All right, reactions. I got none.
Throw a 2 in.
Throw a 2. You got it.
Take 4.
Take 4. Goes to the bottom of the deck. Throw this in Arsenal.
We really are jamming.
This goes to the bottom too.
All right, red scar for a scar. Swinging for you for 4. It's the same song, different verse. You played the decks enough, and then it's like, okay, I got it. Let's go.
Yeah. 11 to 12. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at this for a second.
You good?
Okay, this. So, yeah. So then generate. Okay. Or we could do this. It really depends on if that bark bone strapping hits, doesn't it? This array.
Truth Teller says, am I watching this at 2 times speed?
Okay. I'm with it. All right, I think I figured this out, this turn out at least. So they go. So I don't need this, actually. So let's go block for, it's a 4 damage attack.
You got it.
And then if I'm less than you, I'm at 12, you're at 11. I take 1, we're both at 11. All right, block for 2. Take 2 unless you got reactions.
You good?
I'm gonna block for 3.
Take 1?
Yeah, I'll take 1.
Let's go for 2 with Edge of Autumn.
I'll take it on the legs for 1.
Okay. And then I'll pay 1 for Torrent of Tempo. If it hits, I get to go again. It's a 5.
It's a 5.
It's a red Torrent of Tempo.
Okay, let's go 1 here, here, 5? Ugh. I gotta answer harder than that, but I don't think I can. All right, what's my other option? It's probably this. Yeah. So I'll block for 3. Now, maybe I covered that up. I mean, I don't know. Like, you got 1 resource, you got go again. So if I throw both of the equipment in, you don't get to go again. Your turn ends, you go to the arsenal. Or you spend your breaking scales, which is actually okay too.
I can't. It has to be a combo piece.
Okay. So basically, I think it's probably best to take go again off the table. You've got 1 floating. What's the worst that could happen?
This.
Another one?
1 for 5 is my best for 1.
Let's do it. We'll block 5.
Yeah, I think it's extremely safe. So it doesn't get to go again. This will go down to Arsenal as you predicted.
Predicted.
And we'll clear the board.
All right, your favorite and mine. Here comes Scar for Scar.
Okay. Interesting. Sure. Oh, I'm not going to put any cards in. You got any reactions?
Nope.
I'll flip that in. Red Flick Flag, defense for 4.
Yeah.
My next card that has combo and it gets +2 defense.
Okay. So that's gone. Now we got a choice to make.
Combo breaker.
I think I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to roll in with the old Cadaverous Contraband. Generate 2 resources.
What's it say?
It's a red Cadaverous Contraband. If it hits, I can put a non-attack action from my graveyard to the top of my deck. And build that combo a little bit.
This is 6.
Mm-hmm. This is 6.
You're out of cards, but you could use your thing to get the money.
I get money for another club attack, but I don't have go again here. So this will be the end.
All right. I'm at 11. This seems fine.
Scars for Scar and Life for Life really make you want to keep the health even.
Yes. Let's actually... I need to take a few damage points, but I don't want to lose my card. I'll throw these 2 in.
Okay.
Take 4.
Take 4. Okay. Hits. I'll put a non-attack on the top. It's going to be a barraging beatdown.
Mm-hmm. That old thing?
And this old chestnut.
Great.
And then we draw 4.
Alrighty, Ronnie. Let's go, Barbie. Let's go party. Yellow Life for Life.
Mm-hmm.
3 damage coming at you.
An
Hit the
absolute
game
classic. Okay, I'm going to have to think harder about this. Okay. Okay. All right. So we do this. We do this. That. All right. How many? You got 3 cards in your hand?
2 in hand.
Is this gone? That flick flack thing?
I just use it as a resource.
Okay.
This is my resource pool.
So you got 2 in hand. You're doing 5, and you're out of money at that point. So you got to pitch another one to swing with a sword, if you want. And this is 3 damage.
Yep.
I will not block that.
Okay.
Got any actions, reactions, etc.?
Nope, we're good. Let's go Salt the Wound for 3. It's got a +1. +1 for each attack that's hit this chain, so it's going to be a 4.
So 4 damage. What's your biggest 0 attack at this point? 0 for
4?
what?
Scar for a scar.
0 for 4. But this doesn't have go again. So this is the end. Unless you have something that I can't possibly understand. I'll take it.
Okay. Ancestral Empowerment.
Mm-hmm.
+1, draw a card. We'll break here. +1.
Mm.
So it's going to be 6.
You did it.
If I had drawn my other Ancestral Empowerment, it would have been
Sick.
game over. I'll put this under.
All right, let's try this.
Is your shot, Wooly?
If you had one shot.
I'm not going to miss my shot.
Well, let's find out if it works. Scarver's Heart, back at you, buddy.
For 4.
Hey, Garth. What's up, rewatched? Just got wrecked in the final scenario of Return to Carcosa after flying through the first 7. Sad face. That is sad. Unfortunate.
Yikes.
What's up, Tommy? The fact this game is clicked with Steven makes this my favorite Fab stream. Looking forward to 2 weeks' time when you bust open Crucible of War. Yeah, 100%. It's going to be great.
Let's block for 3.
Okay.
Take 1.
Take 1. Pass it down. Let's pop the bark bone.
Give me that 1. Roll that 1.
If I roll the 1, I'm re-rolling it.
2. You get 2 money.
2 money. Okay. Let's play...
What up, Garth? Welcome.
Barraging Beatdown will clear out the chain.
Oh, you know what? You have 1 more life. I can't scales you.
Right on. Didn't have combo.
Right.
I should have looked for that. All right, Barraging Beatdown for 0. Next brute attack is +4 if it's defended by less than 2 cards. So defend with 1 and fail and intimidate.
Not gonna miss my shot.
Then we'll play Blood Rush Bellow for 1. Additional cost, discard a random card. It's a Wrecker Romp. That triggers Intimidate. Brute attacks get +2. And if it was 6 or more, I draw 2 and go again.
What is happening?
No, 1 short. Actually, this might be okay. What a time to draw the energy potion. Okay, let's see. This also has +1. All right, well, we'll see if we can do it, huh? Right? See if you can do it. You know, that's the name of the game. Yeah. So, drop yield energy potion, going up to 4. Let's swing with the club for 2 resources.
You have 1 left, right?
I have 2 left.
Oh, you had the 2 bonus.
I had 1 and then I gained 3, yeah. So swinging for 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you don't block with 2 cards, it will be 11.
Interesting.
I hope that's an offensive card.
I need to go to the bathroom really quick. I'll block for 2.
Good.
Take 9. Ooh. I get eviscerated. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, very nice. This card is so important.
Blood Rush Bellow.
Blood Rush Bellow is so important. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I think I should have, after my first attack last time, used my hood to try to get enough to finish you.
Drop something in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my ultimate plan for Reinhardt did not indeed work. Like literally the exact thing I was trying to set up the whole game never happened.
Yep. It's a little too much.
It's too much. So the idea, I mean, this is also, it's kind of, it really tells you what you're, with Reinhardt, with this version of Reinhardt, I think with the club and with the cards that we have, you need to be able to stack a couple of Intimidates every turn.
Yeah.
So anything
Honestly,
goofy beyond that is just not it.
2 Intimidates, especially with the thing where I need to block with 2 cards, you're forcing me to use those 2 cards,
Yeah.
and you have a big attack, and you're still going to get damage through.
Now I like Scar for a Scar opening, you know, the Scar for a Scar or Life for Life for this reason, right? That if you block with 1 card, then I can double Intimidate sometimes. That's where the Bella is important because it draws you 2 cards after the Intimidate.
Yeah.
So that's another attack that you can use because you need cards in hand. Fascinating. I'm gonna crack this open in deck build.
Yeah, that was super good.
You wanna crack some packs?
I think I'm gonna open some packs.
Let's
yeah,
crack
for
some
sure.
packs, everybody.
But I don't know if it's because we're getting better, but I thoroughly enjoy
That was so good.
Ira. Yeah.
This was the most fun that I probably had playing Flesh and Blood yet.
Somehow, like it keeps getting better, which is a really good sign.
Really started clicking. I'm glad to see that it does click in there. I'm a big Rhinar fan, man.
I like that we got you there.
I'm a big Rhinar fan. And you were a surprising Ninja fan.
Yeah. I had a lot more fun with that than I ever expected to.
That's awesome.
Well, here's what I'm thinking.
Let's crack some packs, man. Hey, let's get through them because we've got Crucible of War coming up.
Next week is going to be spicy, so I'm not even going to say what we're going to do. It's just going to be exciting. So here's what...
You'll want to be here for it.
I think we just opened the rest of our box here.
What's up, Nikki Kneecap? Just hopped in. How good was Ira for you, Zach? What'd you think?
I loved Ira. My goodness. I'm really excited she's going to be legal soon to play because she's technically not tournament legal, but I love it. I love the
weapon differences.
Literally, it's the weapon difference. And it's
I'm jacked on this game right now, man.
Yeah, I know. You came in this morning and you were like, I think I got to the next level with the game.
Yeah, just thinking about it.
And then we play it, you can tell. Like we're both playing
totally different.
At a different moment here.
It's like when you first learn, like we talked about earlier, when you first learn to run on the corp early and face check ice when you're playing Netrunner. That's exactly what it was like. Oh, I get the game now.
Yeah, anyways, the Ira stuff, the two-handed sword, Edge of Autumn.
Command and Conquer too.
I love
Enlightened Strike.
There's some cards we need now. That's the thing. I know what I'm looking for. I'm not just opening and looking, being like, oh, shiny.
There is a version of this deck that gets better with a lot of cards that we don't have. So maybe it's worth checking out.
All of our decks are going to get better with cards we don't have.
But like realizing the concept, you know.
Yeah.
It's a high concept deck.
I'm with you. But yeah, and like just the theme of Ira and like what she's doing, and she's in like pretty much every piece of art in my deck, which is really cool.
Here we go. Feels good, right? I'm doing Arcane Rising first.
I'm doing Welcome to Wraith.
And yeah, expect we might have some previews next week.
Got a Savage
Garth
Feast.
saying, don't get me pumped for another new game. Still coming to grips with Arkham and Skytear. Hey, are you painting Skytear yet, Garth? Good weather outside right now for painting.
All right, here's what I'm doing to make our lives easier in a minute, because we're going to have to sort all these cards we opened. I'm doing the commons, the armor piece, the rares, the foil, the class cards, the tokens. Just literally dividing everything out.
Common, armor piece.
Yeah, it's first four, then the armor piece, then the two rares, then the foil, then the class cards, then the token card.
And are you separating the classes when you start here?
Not yet. I'll get to that when I'm actually sorting.
So, got Endless Arrow, which is, look at this, is a great Azalea pack. Endless Arrow as the super rare, and Silver the tip.
Oh, as the super rare. Yep. Endless Arrow. Didn't you need another one of those particularly?
Yeah, we needed one. We've got the build rolling. Ooh, 0. See, you start to see things again. 0 for 4?
Yes.
Don't mind a 0 for 4.
I got a red Pounding Gale. I only had one of them. If Open the Center was the last attack, it's the super rare that's at the end of Open the Center. Ooh. I only had one, so now I have 2.
Man, already.
Which is what I
nailed
wanted.
It.
Yep. Living the dream.
All right, Vigor Rush. Okay, so commons here. Absorb for the wizard. And Become the Arknight, super rare, for Runeblade.
I love that art.
4 set. That's 2 super rares. I'm feeling frisky.
Never get over that art. The Become the Arknight art.
Feeling frisky.
Also, foils are always the best.
Yeah, you get to play like a Nazgul, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a...
It's not against what I want.
Yeah, right. You've been in that space before.
Nice. All right. I got another Cranial Crush, which is a super rare for Bravo.
Dang, look at this super rare showing up.
I know, I only have one of those.
Stir and reduce. Every time I see a wizard card, I think it's like something special.
Just a wizard.
But it's just wizard stuff. I'm starting to understand these Fate Foreseen, like these opt plays on the defense. So this is like sink below, but you can opt and you can get that, complete the combo. I mean, there's so many different ways to build the thing that I just built. Actually, it's getting pretty amazing. I will be cracking it open again. What you got?
I got our first L.
I can say F?
Dude, and it's the one I wanted.
What you got?
Fandel Spring Tunic.
Oh, it's the tunic, dog.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
That feels amazing.
Yeah,
literal adrenaline that went straight through my body the moment I saw it. Oh my God, that's fantastic.
Let me see it. What does it do?
All right, at the
Like
start
gives you health,
at the
right?
start of your turn. No, that's the eye of Ophidia. At the start of your turn, if Faendal's Spring Tunic has less than 3 energy counters, you can put an energy counter on it.
Mm-hmm.
Instant, remove 3 energy counters from Faendal's Spring Tunic, gain a resource.
Oh my gosh, it's so awesome. So
Every
three
third
turns,
turn, you just get a resource.
Do you know what that opens up?
It's so good. It's so good.
It's gorgeous.
Get
Yeah,
that thing in a sleeve,
Let's
yeah.
get a sleeve on that puppy.
I love that art. Oh my god.
We did it, chat.
Seriously, like, it's just like immediate pumping.
Where's
of
that heart
blood.
rate meter already?
Du-du-du-du-du.
This is amazing, and it's got 1 armor. Dang, beautiful.
You would never, like, oh my gosh.
This is incredible.
Isn't that amazing looking?
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Yeah, you hit that on the last.
That was my last Welcome to Wraith pack.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Wow.
They did it for us.
That's fantastic.
They got it. That's like a super important card, man.
Yeah. I'm glad we have a copy of this.
Let's go sell it and buy some singles.
What do you buy? Dude, the leaf being foil in this, I'm going to need a minute. Just to...
I'll be right back. This is beautiful.
Wow.
You got a little golem style in it.
I just love it. It looks gorgeous. Put that right here,
It is so pretty.
right side up.
They did a great job, man, on like just.
Yeah. There's nothing that beats that feeling of hitting that button and getting that card.
Ah, yeah.
Oh my god.
That one's for you guys. It's for all of you out there. You made it happen. You're the reason
That's fantastic.
it happens. All right, well, you did it. Pressure's off.
Yep. That's fantastic. All right.
The opening pack skill is leveled up.
That was awesome.
Whoo! That's right. We could buy Enlightened Strikes and the Scab Skins and Command and Conquer.
But then we wouldn't have the tunic.
But my tunic.
Oh, I see. In the Arcane Rising, the armor piece isn't next. The order doesn't matter. I was just separating that.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Another red plunder run. That's good.
Barraging and Drone. I feel like I always pull the cards that I was using.
In that game.
Yeah, in that game.
Is it that kind of thing where, like, you notice it because it's there and not because it's actually happening?
Probably. You hear a word and then you hear it everywhere.
Yeah, that's exactly. There's a word for it. Oh, nice. Foil Spark of Genius Yellow, which is the Mechanologist Super dash specialization. It's a good card.
The Lion Day says there's cards in Crucible that are going to interact with the tunic. Maybe not tunic, maybe heart. Huh. I wonder if it means they're going to blow them up.
That would not be surprising.
Or like you think it's like Faendel's such and such, like if you have equipment with Faendel in the name, do something.
Do something special.
That's pretty cool.
I feel like doubling down on making the special cards feel special is interesting.
As long as they're not too good.
I could definitely see the like disabling of it somehow.
Yeah, just like the tunic has blade break on it, so there could be an attack that says you can force an equipment into the defense. Which would be fascinatingly good. Just start crushing their stuff. There could be an entire class that revolves around that, breaking their equipment.
Nice. I got a red Blazing Aether. It's majestic wizard.
Oof.
We only had one, so that's good.
Wizard's getting built up, man. We need to revisit that with our new appreciation of the game.
I always pull foil arrows. I don't know what it is.
You got another. Do you have Ancestral Empowerment? You got both of them?
Only 2, so technically when we go to Constructed, a third is going to be
Third is happening.
all but necessary.
You know what? I'm actually starting to feel like I can get there. Like the actual Constructed environment, yeah.
And it makes sense too, right? Like I'm picturing if we were playing and like, let's say Reinar's a bad matchup for me, being able to flex my deck and not have to change my deck.
Yeah.
Like actually change it is super cool.
And it's a different game.
Yeah.
Because at that point you can actually play that, defend until the end of your deck and stack your stuff up kind of thing.
And 40 health is the game changer.
Yeah.
That's the real.
Gives you the time. All right, Pounding Gale and Barraging Beatdown. And the old Stonewall Confidence foil. Debilitate and the old Dawn Blade token. All right, hey, that's good stuff,
that was
man.
good.
Well done. So how many boxes total?
We've technically opened 3 of each set.
3 of each set.
So
okay.
we actually had 4. We had a case of each. So there's 1 more box of each set.
Where are they?
They're on my desk in there.
Well,
So the real question is,
what are we waiting on?
here's a question. I am happy to open them,
Okay, that's not a question.
like
That's
right
a
now on
statement.
camera.
Yeah.
I'm also happy to do that later. I'm also happy to save them for sealed.
Oh.
Because we can't play set 3 sealed. But the question is, I know what our stream schedule looks like for the next 2 or 3 weeks, and sealed's not on it.
Yeah.
So
I feel like the luck is kind of high in the room right now. What if we did half of each box? How many sealeds could we get out of, what is it, 6 packs
we
each?
each get 2 more seals at that point.
Okay, let's start
Let me
there.
just go get them. And
Let's
see
see,
how
if we
feel.
hit something good, then we'll stop. If we don't hit anything, maybe we'll just keep going.
If we hit an L, we'll definitely, or an F, we definitely stop.
We hit an F, I'm out of here.
We hit an F, I'm gonna just dance.
I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm
The stream
leaving.
just cuts.
I think we're going to open them. Yeah, let's open them. Let's get in here.
I can't believe I opened that tunic, dude.
Feels good, doesn't it? You remember that? You remember those old days? Like opening the old Darth Vader or something? It's like, oh.
Man, it was just a jolt of energy. I just felt it. It's like, whoa. Because it looks, the cold foiling on it is very good. The gold border
It's
they
got
put
that
over there.
gold on it, yeah.
It's just like the cold gold, as they say.
Cold gold.
Open that for me.
It's a system as old as time, man, at this point. Guys, if you haven't listened, you should check out our most recent podcast, too. It's something that's really worth noting. It's kind of interesting if you think about the fundamentals of the industry and how collectible games and board games really fit kind of the way that the three-chain system, the three-tier system works right now, and how Flesh and Blood works so well in that chain. It's particularly framed around ashes and like non-collectible card games, but it's as interesting to understand in that same conversation how well the traditional collectible games and the board games actually work. It suits them very well.
For sure. So I just took the left side, by the way, and I put the right side in here
All right, right side.
in my storage container. I'm using this for some trash storage.
My trash is on the ground.
All right, and then I'm going to hand you 6 of these.
All right. You want to build a sealed pool?
I feel like with the new set coming out, we're going to shift to constructed pretty aggressively,
Yeah.
which is why opening is good.
This is the journey, though, right? When
It
did we
is what it
start
is.
this with Flesh and Blood?
This is week 5, because we did the getting started.
Okay.
Step 1. Oh, no, it's more than that. 7? So we did getting started, where we played the starter decks. We played all the starter decks. And then we did...
Did we have any cards from the very beginning when we opened and did that
I'm
whole
counting
thing?
that, yeah. So we had one
Okay.
box from that very beginning,
So that was a box really early.
really
Right.
early. And then we have 3 of each, essentially, is where we're
Right.
at.
Right.
But we did the getting started with the starters, and then we did sealed twice.
We did sealed a couple of times.
Set
yeah.
1, set 2. And then we have done 4 streams of
Blitz?
Blitz.
Nice.
Plus, because the week I did the solo stream, we did a sealed that week as well. So this is week 7.
I mean, this is cool onboarding, and now we're blitzed, and we just built our last Blitz hero, or class,
Yeah.
and now we're moving into Crucible of War and actually getting into the 80 card constructed. Beautiful.
Now,
I love it.
I assume we'll do Blitz with,
Blitz with Crucible?
Crucible,
Yeah, we will.
and then we'll upgrade to full-on constructed.
Yeah, I like that line, Dave. That's kind of my idea too. Is like, what if you did 3 Arcane Rising packs, 3 Welcome to Wraith packs, and 2 Crucible packs,
Yeah.
or like 6 Welcome to Wraith, 2 Crucible, something like that. There's some ways that you could do it.
Yeah, just use Crucible to spice things up.
Yeah. A little bonus pack. These cards feel nicer. They've been.
So what do you really? Are there certain things you really want right now?
I don't think. I mean, probably.
I mean, anything fancy, of course.
Anything fancy, yeah. Ooh, that Amplifier of the Arc Knight is always awesome when I see it.
Oh, nice. I got a red Alpha Rampage, which is a Rhinar specialization.
Hey, I haven't seen that one.
It's a 3 cost. It looks fantastic. 3 cost. As an additional cost to play Alpha Rampage, discard a random card.
Standard.
And it has Intimidate. And it does 9 damage.
Oh, okay, so it's just a big dad attack. That's pretty cool for 3. This is one that can actually get you out of a bad situation. Because you can basically, this is where if you have the energy potion on the board or something, you can pop your chest, use the energy potion, and just play this with one other card in your hand, and you still get 2 intimidates, and then you still get a 9 damage attack, so it makes you have to block with a lot.
And you're probably sneaking at least 3 damage.
That's a card that gets you back in the game right there. Beautiful. Well, I'm looking for this now. Give me some more of that.
Oh man, look at this. Foil Majestic Lord of Wind. This looks fantastic, dude. Look at this. It's a majestic.
Ah! How are these cards so good looking, man? They just, you know what they did? They focused on the frickin' fundamentals.
Yeah.
They focused on the fundamentals.
They sure did.
Of the collectible model, of the pack construction itself, of sealed and draft, of little constructed and blitz, big constructed, actual constructed, the foiling that they're doing, the whole thing.
Just the way the eyes are foiling that.
They didn't try to reinvent anything, man. They did a great system.
Evan says
different.
Lord of Wind is good stuff. Zach's on a roll. Let's just. That's crazy. So
look on our site. See
it's
what's
a 3. It's a blue 0 cost combo. If Mugenshi release was the last attack this combat chain, you can pay X resource points as initial cost to play this. If you do, shuffle X target cards named Surging Strike, Whelming Gust Wave, and/or Mugenshi
you
release
get them all back in
from
your
your
deck.
graveyard into your deck. Then Lord of the Wind gains plus X, where X is the amount you paid.
So you can just pump it up with as much money as you can find, and then get those cards back and get a bonus. Well, that's pretty good.
Legendary. Apparently, Foil Majestic is like a really rare
Good.
thing.
Yeah.
Good.
Foil Majestic is probably about as rare as anything, because you've got to hit the Majestic, and
in the foil slot.
that might be more rare than some legendaries.
George says Zach's pulling all the heaters.
He's got the heat.
Hey, red sink below. That's as good as anything
Yeah,
else.
dude, just take that to the bank. Okay, generic, rares. I'll always love the foil searing shot. Always.
The arrows look really good foil.
All the arrows. Me
Yellow
and my
sink below.
arrow.
As far as I'm concerned, I could just open sink belows forever, and I would be happy about it.
That foil drone there.
Yeah, red Drone of Brutality foil.
Blade Breaker said I've cracked almost 3 cases and I've only seen 1 foil Majestic.
I thought he said 3 boxes, but 3 cases is a lot more
It's
extreme.
way more relevant. Yeah, that's crazy. Ooh.
Oh, nice. Check this
Hello.
Wow, you get something fancy?
I got a good card for Azalea. Look at old red in the ledger. Majestic. Azalea
that's a really good
specialization.
card.
If it hits a hero, they can't play or activate more than 1 action during their next turn.
That would
You get
make
one thing.
Ira
It's
not
so
so
good.
not so hot.
It's so
Hey, check
good.
this out. Cold foiling equipment is not that common either, and I happen to get the old Brute
Oh,
special.
the old bark bone foil, huh?
Looks
I'll
good.
sleeve that up.
Yep.
Coming in. Gotta love that bark bone.
Give me the boots. Give me the boots.
I just want to dress the brute. Dress that brute. Licorice
I
brute.
got a foil red Reverberate. Those wizard foils are crazy.
Nikki Kneecap said that red in the ledger is amazing. Won me a match over the weekend. I imagine it can really, you basically get 2 turns in a row, which is phenomenal. Okay. Commons. Oath of the Arknight, classic. Cognition Notes, classic. Who doesn't love that foil red zap?
It's the best. Give me the red wizard foils.
Man, yeah, I'm interested in trying to conceptually understand how Wizard is supposed to do the business. Yeah.
I see a lot of cards that I was like short on. Nothing fancy. It's just
It's
like
about those 3 boxes really is where it
starts to make
starts to
sense.
fill in. You start to fill in quite a bit. Either spindle. You know, there's you know the exact kind of person that's really good at playing Wizard. You know, they
Kindle Bright.
They know all the timing charts. They know exactly when
Yeah,
everything's
you
supposed
got
to
to,
happen.
dude. Do you have a card called Rapid Fire? Yellow.
In Azalea, there's a card. I
This
imagine.
art is phenomenal. I'll let you just take a gander. It's a super
rare. Arrows gain go again until the end of the turn, and you get reload. Yeah, I mean, come on. You kidding?
Built for it. We built this city.
Yeah, this is going to make our constructed life way better.
Yeah. Feels like, again, I just feel like a kid because we literally play and it's like, well, let's get some packs and see if we can do better.
Let's make our stuff better. Dozens of Azalea players, that's right.
Dozens and dozens of us.
Reduce and stir. The old Fervent Forerunner, one of my favorites, even though I'm not sure it's any good. Crown of Dichotomy coming in here. Cracked Bubble. All right, WTR, here we go.
I did it. I made it through.
Yeah, well,
Oh my
you've
goodness.
done more than enough today. Put it away.
Take them home.
Bake them away, toys.
Yeah, I got a ton of super rares and majestics today.
What are they? You were hitting. You were hitting today.
Slapping.
Slapping indeed.
This tunic, I can't believe I pulled it. It's the one if I was going to pull any, I was like, that's the one I really want.
A little foil Blessing of Deliverance. Who's that? Guardian? That's that's Crush Man.
Bravo.
Bravo himself.
Bravo.
Did I just fail? Yes, I keep failing at this.
It's okay. We're going to have to just do it all. Woo! How did anyone out there feel when they
Savoring these
hit?
packs.
When they hit the L's or F's? I can't imagine. A Fabled is what's really nuts. Because, like, that's like one in like 40 or 50 boxes, apparently.
Yeah, you probably feel like a madman.
Do you have a hit of, like, massive adrenaline when you hit like that?
Of course. That's why everybody's here. Got another energy potion? Good
Yes.
news bears.
Please.
Here's your foil head jab. I think you had some of those already.
I want more.
I want more. And I'm more than you bargain for. Yeah.
Man.
Dude, yeah, Joshua Trevino hitting the Eye of Ophidia was crazy. I'll bet it was insane. This is the thing. Your product, it has value even if you own it all. That's exactly one of the things that makes it so important on collectibles.
Yeah.
Nimblism.
Josh says I was alone at my kitchen table and literally said, "What?" out loud to no one but my cat.
Love it. That's right. You don't need anybody to validate that joy.
Dydra, asking,
David, that's hilarious.
we didn't hit a Fable, but we did hit a Legendary. Fandel's Spring Tunic. Which
I've heard is pretty good.
my mind was blown.
Sigil. I'm interested in that Sigil of Solace.
It's got play.
It's got real play.
Instant gain 3.
It's got real play.
I mean, I for a second I thought it would work against Life for a Life, but it's actually not good.
Not ideal. No. Am I more? Another Showtime.
Oh yeah.
Don't sleep on this foil red sink below.
That's what's up. Don't mind if I do.
It's probably more valuable than a lot of rares.
You're not wrong.
We're basically, I mean, as many red sink belows as you can get.
Literally all of them. Honestly, all of the sink belows are probably going to be worth our time.
Keep sinking. They were sinking. Ooh.
I have a
Scalers.
sneaking suspicion. Is that your last pack?
Snatch, yeah, and Breakneck Battery, good. Look at that foil red Flusterfist.
Yeah.
I bet that's going right into Ira. Hot dog. Whew, boy, you get a lot of cards. Honestly, it's just like a lot of cards.
Well, in the first 2 sets they had, I think it was 15 cards a pack.
Yeah.
So, like, that's a ton. It's a lot to sort.
Yeah, Jason, it's 1 foil per pack. And then if you hit like a legendary or fable, those are always in foil. Like Faendal's Spring Tunic is always going to appear in foil. Because you're just supposed to feel awesome when you hit it.
And it's the cold foiling, which is interesting. If you've played card games a lot, it's definitely different than anything I've like seen. It's not foiling like you're used to.
It's different. It's more tasteful, some would say.
So what was notable? You hit
Yes.
anything?
I think the game has opened up tremendously for me.
You were playing.
Tremendously.
I don't think Rhinar is necessarily your
Not my
typical
bag.
style,
Yeah, it's a different style.
but you were playing. I could see a like
Understand.
intentionality behind your
yeah,
eyes.
understood why I was doing the things I was doing.
Yeah, not that I mean I don't know as much as the next person, but
But, well, it's just like, even if you're wrong about what you're supposed to be doing, you have an idea of what you're supposed to be doing. Whereas when you first step into the game, it's like, okay, so block with the bigger block numbers and attack with the bigger attack numbers, and hopefully my opponent can't do that sometimes, and I get some damage in.
I feel
This
like
actually made a lot of sense.
I feel like it's probably knowing you and us playing Champions in Arkham.
Zooming out.
It's like it's probably easy for you to fall in, and I think a lot of people will be like this. It's easy to fall in the trap of this game of, I have 4 cards in my hand. What's the best I can do with those 4 cards?
Yeah.
And if you maximize that turn, what you realize is that you have a bunch of okay turns when you really need to be setting up for like the really, really, really good turn.
And you have to know what you're setting up for.
Yeah.
You have to know what you're setting up for. That's where, so the interesting things for me are like, what are the various, kind of moments that I can create? And what I was seeing was, there's a version of a Rhinar deck that is running a card like Savage Feast, which allows you to draw whenever you hit that 6. And so it's going to be doing the double Intimidate, because you're probably going to lead with an Intimidate card, and then you're going to hit the 6+ for an Intimidate, so they're down to 2 cards in hand. Then you're going to draw a card off of that. And if that card is usable, like the Scar for a Scar, or even if you have, at that point, if you have the money, or you can pop your chest or whatever, you have an energy potion, then now you have a card that is after 2 Intimidates, after their blocks, and you can throw it in. And so if that's like again, that Command and Conquer, if you can throw that in and clear their arsenal out, then it's like, that's an incredibly effective turn. But there's going to be some times when you hit it and you draw into nothing. Like, something that's not, and then can you put it in arsenal? Does that make sense? So, and then there's decks that don't run that card at all, and that are just trying to get 3 or 4 instances of Intimidate and then a guaranteed 6 or 7 damage.
Which is fantastic.
So you can see how it goes, right? You can see that even among the cards that seem to do very similar things, you have a bunch of different lanes that you can start to roll into. And then there are cards. Now here's another weird Rhinar build. And I think these are cards for non-Rhinar, which is basically there are brute cards that don't discard cards when you play them, but they do have Intimidate on them. So when we get a different brute that doesn't do the Intimidate on a 6+, those cards become alive, and now you have a brute that's just doing raw attacks rather than stringing together those discards. I'm just excited about the possibility.
I feel like
right?
you're getting dangerous because like you're starting to like.
That's right. I'm
talk
getting
about
dangerous.
ways of playing that are going to be frustrating to deal with.
I've just started to really
good.
see it, like the different lines, not only that are available now, but are seeding into the card pool for whenever new classes or weapons get released, that they start to be interesting cards later. And that is super fun to see.
Yeah.
Because, you get a new brute that's not anything like Rhinar, and it's like, well, I still have Intimidate cards, but I'm doing it in a lot different way than Rhinar's doing it. And so he wants to have all these cards in hand and discards them for big stuff. And then maybe you have one that's like Intimidate 3 damage, Intimidate 3 damage, Intimidate 3 damage, right?
Yeah. Or
you could totally see it.
All sorts of stuff that can play off that. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm excited. I feel like I'm also interested in, and we're about to get a new set, so we're going to naturally do this, but like going back to the heroes we started with and like retooling that stuff, where it's like looking at Bravo, looking at Kano, looking at who's
Bring
the third
it
I put
on.
Dash.
Yeah, go back through. I rebuild those decks so hard right now.
And we
It's
will.
just-
That's the next
Just
phase.
change it all. And then if we get, once we can rebuild them, maybe we get some Crucible of Warren in a couple of weeks, right? So keep in mind, everybody out there, we're about to get out of here. But as of the posting of this video, so this week we are processing subscriptions. And when you do, we've got the Scar for a Scar promo that's going out. Every box in that subscription that you sign up for is going to include a Scar for a Scar full art foil promo card. It's the only way to get this card is through the subscription. Once we process this sub, it won't be available in further subscriptions or anything like that. So if you want it, this is the time and this is the way to get it. And if you get 3 or more boxes, they all ship for free in the States. So it's a great deal if you're looking for that. And then otherwise, it's just 20% off your standard MSRP price.
And I'm going to link to that.
And you can honestly, you can just sign, and we're always going to have a promo for these boxes. All right, that's one of the things about our subscription service. We're going to have a promo for our subscription. So if you just want to grab 1, 2, 3 plus boxes and always get them shipped to you and always get the promos attached and click that button once and not have to worry about it ever again, this is the way to do it. Or if you just want Scar for a Scar, you want to test out the service, see if it works for you. Things usually arrive on release date, sometimes the day after, and rarely the Monday after release.
If you're in the U.S.
Depending on if you're in the U.S., depending on how USPS handles it. Sometimes the local post office gets a little weird, but we ship them with the USPS timeline in mind to get them to you there if their system works correctly on release day, and not a day sooner.
Josh asking,
That's what we can't do.
Will the promos have our logo on it?
These will not. However, we're looking at in the future, they likely will. Yes, they likely will.
I linked to the subscription. Also, if you missed it earlier,
This was a little too early.
We do have singles available now.
That's right.
A limited amount, given the supply.
Maybe we'll have a spring tunic up there here pretty quick. I'll go set that on the ops table, and we won't talk about it, right?
Oh man, this is great.
Hey, thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah,
this has been
absolutely.
super fun. I mean, I do feel like we, right at the last moment, crossed the Rubicon on this thing.
Yeah. I mean,
just really understood it.
I think it's natural when you're playing these games to have those moments. One was when we first started playing. It was like, hey, this is fun. This is worth exploring more.
And you knew there was something to it.
Yeah.
You could feel it.
You didn't know it yet. You just
system.
knew something was there. You
Sky
didn't know what it was.
The same way, yeah.
But then the second moment happened. I remember a distinct moment when we were doing sealed.
Yeah.
And we got into like our second sealed or sometime in the first one, and it just was like, oh yes.
Okay, second layer.
I forgot about this.
Yeah.
Playing real deal sealed with a real collectible game.
Yeah.
That was built for sealed. And then we started doing deck building for the first time, and it was like, once you start getting the hang of that, it's like that was fun. That was the next layer too.
Yep.
But then after now that we've played every hero in Constructed, it just like really clicks, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
So I feel like I comprehend what's going on now, really. Like really, really, really. And now I'm just excited to, like you saw us.
Going back through deck building, now that we understand, they're going to be so much better. We're going to be so much better. And like you said, exactly, you jam in a 20-minute game. If we weren't on camera, especially, we didn't have to worry too much about, which we didn't really today, but with chat and whatnot and pulling up cards and all of that, like you and I could probably just jam a 10-minute game. Like
for like 10 hours
just see if it works, see if it's going, see if this lines up, see if this lines up. And that's good times. That's some of the best memories in my life, actually, is doing that kind of stuff.
Unquestionably. Well, that was fantastic. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for buying stuff from us and
catch
subscribing.
us next week.
Yep.
Crucible War is going to start coming out. We're going to see some previews starting next week, I believe. It starts the preview season.
I think tomorrow starts preview season.
All right. I'll keep my eyes open.
So watch out for that on all the Legend Story coverage, and I'm sure a bunch of other places will have previews and whatnot. Come back tomorrow for Ashes. That's going to be a good time. We're going to be celebrating the fact that we're bringing that thing back.
Come on in. Come on, check us out. And hey, if you're playing Flesh and Blood, watch $30 every 3 months. $30 every 3 months, that's nothing. Yeah, I'd pay that for like a Command and Conquer.
It's a little palate cleanser.
Yeah, check it out. So thank you guys. We'll see you next time.